Welcome to the world of web development. Are you ready to build a cutting-edge movie database website that combines the power of Next.js and Tailwind CSS? Introducing IMDb Clone, a project that will take you on a journey through the latest technologies in web development. With version 13 of Next.js and version 3 of Tailwind CSS, you'll be learning the most up-to-date and industry-leading frameworks in web development. The first thing you'll notice about the IMDb Clone is its sleek and intuitive design. With a powerful search bar, finding your favorite movies has never been easier. Simply type in the title of the movie you're looking for, and IMDb Clone will do the rest. But what if you're looking for inspiration? Not a problem. Our trending and top-rated sections provide you with daily updates on the latest releases, so you'll never run out of new movies to watch. This project is not just about building a movie database website. It's about learning the core concepts of web development. You'll learn about server-side and client-side components and how to seamlessly integrate them to create a seamless user experience. And with a deep dive into different fetching techniques, you'll come out of this project a pro in Next.js and Tailwind CSS. This project teaches you not only about server-side and client-side components, but also about how to add loading effects and handle errors in Next.js. And the best part, you only need a basic understanding of React.js and JavaScript to get started. IMDb Clone provides you with step-by-step instructions and guidance, so even if you're new to web development, you'll be able to build a fully functional movie database website in no time. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to install Next.js and get our first template. As you can see, I have put the final version here for our comparison. The address is imdb.100jsprojects.com. As you can see, we have the ability to change the dark mode. We have the about page, and also we have the trending and top rated with the loading effect, and also we have the ability to search from the movies. I'm gonna go on the details later inside the projects when we are building these parts, but now let's just start creating the Next.js projects, the first template. The first thing we need to do is to search for the Next.js on Google. So let's go to the Google and search for Next.js. In the search result, let's click on the nextjs.org with the title Next.js by Vercel, the React framework. This is the official website. As you can see, this is the website with the documentation, and Next.js 13 is the latest version. But the Next.js 13 is still in the beta, and some of the features are not working well. But I'm gonna show you which one is not working or which one is working. And for the documentation for the Next.js 13, you need to add a beta at the URL. For example, here you just say beta.nextjs.org. This is going to redirect to the Next.js beta, which is going to use the app directory. So as you can see from the Get Started tab, the Next.js documentation is divided into two sites. So first is the Next.js app directory beta, which we are going to use. This is try out the React server components, streaming, new data fetching, and more. But there is another documentation, Next.js 13 stable. This is going to be stable soon as well. So we're going to work on this section. So if you go to the installation tab, as you can see from the system requirement, we need Node.js version 16.8 or later, and some Windows or Mac machines. So you can test this one by just opening your terminal. I'm going to use command prompt, which is available inside Windows, but you can use any terminal you would like. And here we can just check the version of the node by just saying node-v. My node version, the version of my node is version 18.13, but anything above 16.8 and above would be accepted. And if you don't have this version, you just make sure to go to Node.js website, search it on Google, and go to Node.js on .org and just install the latest stable version here, 18.13. Don't install this version, which is not stable and maybe makes some problem for you. So that is enough. You just need to install it. And the next things we need to do, we just go to the installation. We go to the next tab. So automatic installations, as we are using the beta version of Next.js 13 and we are using app directory, there is a utility we can use, which is npx create next app at latest, and you need to add --experimental -app at the end if you want to have app directory automatically in your website. So in our application, because we are using app directory, the previous one was using pages directory instead, if you are familiar with the Next.js 12. So we need to copy this one and paste it inside the terminal to install our application. I want to create this application inside my desktop. So I go inside my desktop using cd-desktop. And I'm going to use inside a folder called course. And I'm going to paste the code npx create next app at latest. And this is going to ask me, do you want to install the package create next app version 13.1.5? And I just say yes. What is the name of our projects? So you can choose the name. I just choose IMDb. And the next question is, would you like to use TypeScript? So I don't want to use TypeScript, so you can just choose no and press enter. Would you like to use S-Link? S-Link is just the utility in VS Code that is going to fix and warn you about your spelling mistakes for your code. So I'm going to use this one. So I just press yes. And would you like to use src directory? So if in this case, we're going to have an extra folder called src, and the app directory would be inside this directory. So I just say yes. You can just say no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change your projects. It just makes it more neat and clean. So we just say yes. And do you want to use alias? Alias means you want to have, for example, show the address of the package. You just say .. Instead of that, you can just create an alias, so which is going to create all the directories with this sign. So you just write down @/*. This is going to create that alias for you. And this is going to install packages like React, React DOM, Next, Next font, S-Link, and S-Link config-next. The installation process is going to take a while, so I'm going to stop the video and I'll be back when the installation is completed. All right, the installation process has been completed. Now we can go inside the folder that we have created. So in my case, I just create a folder called IMDb. I go inside that one. Now we can open the Visual Studio Code using just code dash dot and press enter. You can use any other text editor you prefer. Visual Studio Code is my favorite text editor because it has a lot of plugins you can add and it's very fast. Let me explain you here the folders that the Next.js 13 has. So let me increase the size of the screen a little bit. All right, so as we choose the option of creating the src folder, we have a folder called src and it has the app directory. The Next.js 12 didn't have this folder. They only had this pages folder, which has the API and also you can add your pages here. But the app directory is different. App directory has the global CSS for the styling. It has a head.jsx, layout, page, and page.module.css. As we are using Tailwind CSS later, we are not going to use CSS for styling our project like the one inside the global.css. And also we are not using the modular CSS styling. So I'm gonna delete this file. And also I'm gonna go to inside the global.css and select everything and delete all of them. So later we're going to change this one using Tailwind CSS. So the home page for our website would be created by this page, page.jsx. So let me decrease the size, you can see it better. And if you open it inside, if you open the terminal here, inside the Visual Studio Code, you can create a server with this website using npm run dev. So you just write down npm run dev and press enter. This is going to open your website and create a server on localhost 3000. As you can see here, I can just click and keep the control and click here. This is going to open the website inside the browser, the default browser, which is, in my case, is Chrome. So we're getting an error because I have deleted some file, the page.module.css, but we're still referring to that one inside here, inside the page.js. So I'm going to delete this one. So let's delete everything here inside the main tag. So I'm going to delete everything. And instead, I'm going to have a h1 tag just saying home. Okay. Now, inside the browser, we see that home here with the big, which is the h1 tag. And for the layout is the file that it's going to cover the pages and other pages as well, because it's going to cover a children. And in this file, you can add your header, everything that is common. For example, in our final version, you can see that even you go to different websites. For example, if I go to this page, we see this change, but the header, the navbar, and this search button is common. It didn't change. So we're going to put these three components inside the layout. So this is, and if I create any other pages, for example, this page is the movie, we still have the same layout. For example, if you go to About page, we're going to have the About page. So let's refresh the page. So we have the About page. This section is different here, but the other sections still remain the same. So for example, you can do the dark mode or other things. So we're going to use this layout. Layout is actually new, and it's just for the Next.js 13. And also it has a head. So everything related to the head tag can be inside this file. For example, the title is now create next app. And we can see it here, create next app at the top of our project. So you can just change this one. For example, we just say IMDb Clone. IMDb is this way. So IMDb Clone, now the title is changed to IMDb. So this is going to apply to all the pages because the head tag is in the everything. All right. So it's and let's change the metadata tags. For example, this metadata tag sets the width of the screen to device's screen's width. And for example, if you have a mobile screen, the screen would the width of the browser would be smaller. Then you have the initial level, zoom level, which is 100%. Then we have the description metadata tag, and the content is generated by create next app. I can change this one. For example, I just say this is the IMDb Clone website. So now if we go to and open the HTML here, I'm going to use an extension in Chrome called Quick Source Viewer. So if you click on this extension, you can see the HTML of our project. And inside the HTML, let me zoom this a little bit. We can see that we have a metadata tag with the description, and the content this is the IMDb clone. Okay, so and also for other pages, for example, if you create a page for about, you can have a different head data. So this is going to help you for your SEO. So you can have a different SEO metadata tag for each of your pages, which was not available for the React applications before. So this is the new feature from the Next.js. The other things we want to do is to, as you can see, we are using the favicon inside this public folder. The public folder is the things that the user have access in the browser. So your files like the images or favicons goes to this folder. These three things we don't need, we can delete them. For the favicon, now we are using this favicon, which is the logo of the Vercel. We can change the favicon. I use the website. I just search here favicon generator. In the search result, we go to this website, favicon.io. So in this website, favicon.io, we go to generator. So I'm going to click on generator. All right, so now, as you can see, the text is F and the favicon is showing F. For example, our website is IMDb, so we can just use the letter I, that's a small I. You can change the color. For example, I want to choose this color for background. For the inside, I want to use the color white. And you can choose that to be rounded, circle, or anything like that. So I'm going to choose circle, and I'm going to download this. This is going to give you a zip file. It has a bunch of files, but the files you need is just this file, the favicon.ico. So I'm gonna drag this one, bring it to my desktop, and I'm gonna drag it again and bring it to this public folder and put it here. I'm gonna replace it with the previous one, because it has the same name. So now if we open it again, we should see a different one. So let's open it and see it. So as you can see, the icon is now different. So now if you go back to our website here, and if we refresh the page, we should see a different favicon at the top. So let's close this favicon generator and this one. So you can see now the favicon is different. So just we have cleaned our project. The other things we don't need is this pages folder. We can just completely delete it because we are using the app directory. I'm just going to delete the pages here. And inside the layout.jsx, we can delete this head as well because we are going to use this head.jsx. So I'm going to delete all these explanations. So now that we have completed our template and we have installed the Next.js, let's add this one to the GitHub. So later when we are deploying the website to Vercel, we can use GitHub to simply add it. So let's stop the server here. Let's stop the server using Ctrl+C and we press Y. If you already have the GitHub, you can use git init to initialize a Git repository, and then you can just add everything to it using git add all. And you can create a message by using git commit -m, and the message would be, for example, install Next.js. So if we press enter now, it's ready to add everything to our GitHub repository. So we need to go to github.com and create a new GitHub repository. So I just go to GitHub. So I search for GitHub, and in the search result, I'm going to go to the github.com. This one is completely free as well, and I highly recommend you have a GitHub account because you can just track what you do inside your projects, and also you can easily deploy your projects to places like Vercel. So if you have an account, you should see your user profile picture here. So for me, it's just I'm signing with my account. Now you can click on the plus icon here to create a new repository. Once you click on that, you can just create a new repository. You can put the repository name. For example, I just choose IMDb, which is available for me. And the description is going to be IMDb Clone using Next.js and Tailwind CSS. Let me fix this one. IMDb. You can create this one, you can make it private or you can keep it public if you want other people see your projects. As I'm sharing this one with you, you can just come to this GitHub repository and compare your code with mine. So I just keep it public and just click here on create repository. So now this is going to give you the commands you needed to upload your GitHub. We already done the first three parts: initialization, adding, and the commit. Now we need to use the get removed add and this address to show the address to the here. So I'm gonna paste this code here, and then we need to create a branch. So we pasted second one. And finally, the last one is pushing everything to GitHub. So we're going to use the get push -u origin. So now everything is uploaded to the GitHub. So if you refresh this page, now you should see all your code inside this page. For example, the public src folder and etc. Now you have two commits. The first one is automatically created using Next.js app, but the first one is install Next.js is created by us. And let me review what we have done. We have deleted a couple of files. We have emptied the globals.css. And inside the head.jsx, we have changed the title and also the description. Inside the layout.jsx, and also I have deleted some head tag because we don't need it inside the Next.js 13. Inside the page.jsx, I have deleted everything and just replaced it with the h1 tag saying home. And also we have deleted the file page.module.css and this folder pages. Yeah, that was it for installation of the Next.js. For each section, I'm going to explain the code first, and then I'm going to review the code using GitHub. So we're going to review each code 2 times. So this is the way I teach coding. So in the next section, we're going to install Tailwind CSS and add its dependency to work with the Next.js 13. So see you in the next section for the installation of Tailwind CSS. All right, welcome back. In the last section, we have installed Next.js and we got our first template. In this section, we're going to install Tailwind CSS and add its dependencies to work with the Next.js website. The first thing we need to do is to go to the Tailwind CSS website. So we can go to Google and we search for Tailwind CSS. In the search result, we go to the website with the URL tailwindcss.com. And here you can see the Tailwind CSS website, its documentation, and how to get started. So we just click on the Get Started, and here inside the Installation tab, we go to the Framework Guide. So the Framework Guide is when you want to just install the Tailwind CSS on frameworks like React or Next.js and etc. So we click on Framework Guide, and here we click on Next.js. Next.js, so we see it has a few steps for installation of Tailwind CSS with Next.js. First, we need to create our projects. This step is already done with us because we have already installed Next.js. The second step is to install Tailwind CSS. So there are 2 commands we need to run inside the terminal. The first one is going to install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. So we need to copy this. I copy it and come back to the Visual Studio Code. I'm gonna paste it inside the Visual Studio Code. And I press enter. So this is going to install these 3 packages. And the installation process is very fast because Tailwind CSS is a very small package actually. So So let's this one finish. Until this one finish, we come back and copy the next line, which is going to initialize the Tailwind CSS. And it's going to add a file called tailwind.config, which we need in the next step to complete. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. The installation process is almost done. So let's decrease the size of the screen so you can see everything in better form. So the installation process is completed. Let's paste the next code, which is for the next initialization of the Tailwind CSS. So I'm gonna press enter. This is going to initialize Tailwind CSS, and this is going to add some files here. So now we have two extra files. One is postcss.config.js and one is tailwind.config.js. So in the third step of the Tailwind CSS installation, we need to configure our template path. So as we are using src folder, we need to scan this folder with all the files with the extension JS, TS, JSX, and TSX. So this is going to do that. So we're going to copy all these things, and we come back to Visual Studio Code and we go to tailwind.config.js. So I'm gonna delete all of them. I'm gonna paste this new code. And actually, we don't need these three of them because we are using src directory. We can just delete these three, and everything goes inside the src folder for us. So let's see the next step. The next step is to add the Tailwind directives to our CSS. And if you remember from the last section, we have deleted everything inside the globals.css. Now we need to fill this file with these 3 lines of code. So we copy these 3 lines of code. We come back to Visual Studio Code. We go to globals.css file here on the left inside the app directory. And we're going to paste it here. And this is going to create the base, codes, the components, and the utilities. And the last step is to just run our website. So that is completed for us. So let's start our application using npm run dev. So this is going to start our server inside the localhost 3000 again. And now this is actually created our post.css files as well. So when we created and initialized Tailwind CSS, now, as you can see, the server is started at this URL. And the warning is, we have enabled experimental features for the app directory. So as this is a beta, so they're warning us this maybe there will be some changes. So, and also they ask us to give us some feedback. I already gave them some feedback because there are some mistakes in this version. So if you see something and you just give them some feedback, you can go to this URL and give them some feedback. So they're going to use it to release the final version of Next.js 13. So now we go to the browser. We don't need the Tailwind CSS anymore. So we can close this tab. And this is our website. You can see the styles is just normal now. But if you refresh the page, we should see the Tailwind CSS styling in our website instead of just a normal CSS here. So now the service is run. Now we can see, if I zoom here, you can see that the font is changed, and this font is related to Tailwind CSS. So let's bring this one to the right side and the website to the left side. So I'm gonna show you some CSS, some Tailwind CSS basics, so you can apply. For example, in page.jsx, now we have the home. So simply for Tailwind CSS, we just add a class name here. For example, if you want to change the color of the text, you just say text and add a dash. For example, you just change it to the red color. And this is going to suggest you different red colors. So if you wait a little bit or use Ctrl space, this is going to load some suggestion for you. For example, you can have a very light red color from 50 to the very dark red color, which is 900. For example, I choose the 400. This is going to change our website, our this home, from black to red. So this is going to take a while to be applied. So let's save this one, and you see the change here. If you don't see it, you can refresh the page. Sometimes the auto save doesn't work, so you need to refresh it. So now you can see the text is red, and also you can see the classes is height is hidden for me because I'm using a extension which is going to hide the text inside the because when you use Tailwind CSS, you probably add many classes here, and this is going to mess up your code. So in this case, if I'm not using this class name, this is going to hide all the classes. So let me show you which extension I used. So let me stop the server, and let me show you the extension I use for my work, so you can use them or you can get the idea. So you can open the extension section using Ctrl+Shift+X. So this is going to open this extensions, and the extensions I'm using is these. So the first extension is called spell checker. This is going to check your spelling mistakes. The second one is the GitHub Copilot. This is not a free extension. You need to pay for the subscription. It's $10 per month now. And if you're a student, and if you can show them your student card, you can get this extension for free. This is going to help you to fill up your coding and suggest you some coding based on your previous coding and the coding available online. So this is an AI tool which is going to help you to program faster. So now the next extension is auto rename tag, which is going to change the closing tag based on your opening tag. This extension is called dark low contrast themes. These extensions we use, we can use it for changing the theme of our VS Code and makes it kind of dark, and it's good for your eyes. The next extension is ES7 React Redux React Snippet. React Native snippets. This is going to help us to have some template. For example, if you want to have a React functional component, you can use RFC to get a React functional component. So this is just very helpful, especially when you are using React or Next.js. Inline fold is the extension I mentioned earlier that is going to hide the classes inside the class name, if they are, especially when you are using Tailwind CSS, it's very helpful to keep your code clean. The live server is the extension I use for the vanilla JavaScript. You don't need to use it for the Next.js projects. The next one is Prettier. Prettier is going to help you to indent your codes and make them clean after saving as like a format your code easily. The last one is Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which is going to help and suggest you some classes related to Tailwind CSS. For example, when I write down earlier text red, it suggested me all the variant of the red color. So this is the extension that suggested these things. So that was it for the extensions, and also that was it for the installation of the Tailwind CSS. Let's add this one to the GitHub and save this section in GitHub as well. So instead of just using terminal, we can use Ctrl+Shift. You can use the, for example, you want to open the source control, this source control. So instead of using terminal, you can use Ctrl+Shift+G to open your source control. And instead of typing, for example, get add dot for get add all, you can just click here in this plus icon. This is going to add everything to get. And then you can add a message here, which is equal to get commit -m. And the message is, for now, install Tailwind CSS. And we just can click on this arrow icon and commit and push at the same time. So this is going to upload everything to GitHub. Now we can go to our GitHub. Here, we go back to the commit sections. And if you refresh the page, we should see the new commit, which is the install Tailwind CSS. And if you click here, we can review our code. So as you can see, inside the package.json, we have installed some packages like auto prefixer, post CSS, and Tailwind CSS. And inside the post css.config.js, this file is created automatically by Tailwind CSS when we initialize it. And later we can add some plugins to this file. Then inside the globals.css, we have added these 3 lines of codes. And inside the page.js, I just added some. I just want to show you how to work with the classes. So I've added the text width 400 to change the color of the text. And also inside the tailwind.config.js, we have added these codes, which is going to scan everything inside the src folder automatically and create the classes and CSS syntax based on the classes that we have added inside these files. Okay, that was it for the installation of the Tailwind CSS. In the next section, we're going to create the header section of the projects. We're going to create this part based on the final version that you can see now. So see you in the next section for the header part of the project. All right, in the last section, we have installed Tailwind CSS. In this section, we're going to work on the header section of the project. So let me show you here by drawing. So we have a header component at the top, which includes the menu, which we can show here. Each menu has actually menu items. So each of them is a separate component actually. And then we have two parts here, the logo and this dark mode button. So we're going to firstly create this menu and the logo, and we're going to work on the dark menu in the next section. So let's go back. As I mentioned earlier in the first section, in the layout.jsx, we're going to add the header and other parts, for example, the header, the navbar, the search box, and this is going to be consistent in all websites. For example, if you go to the page about, we still see the header, navbar, and the search box. So we're going to add the header here. So we first let's clean this. So inside the body section, we want to add three things. So we have the children at the bottom, and then we have at the top, we have the header, then we have the navbar, and then we have the search box. So now we want to create the header component. So inside the src folder, I'm going to create another folder called components. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a component called header.jsx. And we can now use RFC to create a React functional component. As I mentioned, we can use an extension called ES7 snippets to create this. So when you write down RFC, it's going to create a React functional component. And if you click here, you can see we have a React functional component. The other things we need to know is in Next.js 13, all the components, all the pages are server-side by default. If you want to have a client-side component, you need to mention use client at the top. So I'm going to show you later if we have a component that is client-side, we're going to create and add that tag at the top. So now let's start the server, and first we import this header inside the layout section. I'm going to write down here header, and this is going to auto import header from components folder, and this @ is actually the alias that we have added when we were installing the Next.js the first time. So they were asking us what alias do you want. We have added this @ So instead of just saying .. to come back to the previous folder and go inside this component folder, we just write down @ here. So now we need to close this component, and we start the server to see the changes inside our application. So we use npm run dev to start the server, and this is going to create a server in localhost 3000. So now if you refresh the page here inside localhost 3000, we should see our website, which has the, let me zoom this a little bit. It has the home, and also we have header at the top, which is coming from the header component, which this div with a header in the middle. So as I said, we need to have some sections inside the header. Inside the final version, we see we have a div. The left side is the menu. On the right side, we have the logo. So inside the head section, we're going to have a div one div is the full, all of them. One div we have for the menu and on the left side, and we have one div for the logo on the right side. So we have one div for the all the header, one div for the menu, and one div for the logo on the right side. And let's create the menu first. So for each menu item, we're going to create a component as well. So we're going to create another component and we call it menu item.jsx. And now we're going to create a React functional component using React RFC. So now we have the menu item. This menu item.jsx, this is going to get few things here. So we're going to get the title. We're going to get the address of the link, because this one is just a link. When you click on this one, you go to the home page. When you click on this, you go to /about. So we have a title which can be home and about. Then we have the address, and let's bring this one back. Address. After the address, and then we have the icon. The icon is actually when you have a smaller screen like this, instead of the text, we see an icon like this. So we're going to add icons as well. So I'm gonna have the option of getting the icon. So this information should come from the header.jsx. So we're going to import that menu item, which is going to auto import, and we're going to pass the data. The data we want to pass is title. The first title is home. So we're going to write down the home. Let me just make it a string here. And for the title is home, and we just make it capitalized. And for the address, this is going to be just a / because we want to go to the home page. Then we have the icon. So we're going to use a package called React Icons to get the icons we need. So we go to Google and we search for React Icons. In the search result, we see a GitHub repository page. It's a link, but it's created by the GitHub blogging. So the address is react-icons.github.io /React Icons. If you click on this, the installation process is very simple. You just need to have npm install React Icons --save. So I'm gonna copy this one. I'm gonna stop the server and paste this code. This is going to install the package. After that, we can just import the icon we need from that link, and also we just put that icon inside wherever we want to use it. Okay, and you can search for the icons here. The icons I want to use, the first icon is just you can search home. I want to get this AI fill home, so you can just copy this one by clicking on it, and you go back to Visual Studio Code. I'm gonna import that one, so I'm just gonna import that home AI fill home from React icon /AI. So this is, you see, I got help from the the Copilot extension. So because this is from the AI, so we need to have a /AI at the end. Now we can pass this one as an icon here. So you just write down AI fill home here and pass it as an icon. Now inside the menu.icon, we get the item, we get the title, address, and icon. We can show it inside here. So I'm gonna get these things and show it here. So the other things I want to do, we want to put them inside a link tag. The link tag is coming from the next/link. This is going to go to that website, to that URL, without refreshing the page. So this is just the, and then you can just close this one, and this one gets some item here, and you can put the text here inside the middle. So I'm gonna have some paragraph here saying the title, which is home for the first one. Okay. And also this one gets an href. The href is just the address. So the address is / for the first one. Then also we want to show the icon as well. So we're gonna add the icon here. So we just say icon and close it. Okay, let's see it inside the browser. So I'm gonna bring this one to the left side and our website to the right side. We are getting an error. We said that icon unexpected expression expected here. So okay, let me see. Let's open this one and let's close the left side so we have a more space. And also we just need to start the server. So now after the refreshing the page, maybe we don't get the error. So I'm gonna bring this one to the right side. The speed of this depends on your computer, CPU as well. Because I'm recording at the same time, I get a slower speed, but probably you get the faster refreshment, and also you can see the website faster here. So let me bring this one a little bit higher. Okay. So let's see that we can get the result. Okay, now it's refreshing. Okay, now we got the icon and also the home at the top. If you can see here, I'm gonna zoom this one a little bit so you can see it better. So we got the icon and this one. Let's install this one as well. So for the styling, now in the Next.js 13, you can install the link directly here. So you can just add a class name and add some Tailwind CSS classes here. So I just want to bring these two to the next to each other. So I'm going to use the flex first. I'm going to change the display to flex. And probably we don't need actually the flex because we're going to hide this icon when we are in the bigger screen. So I'm going to delete this flex actually. So the other things I want to do, just want to change and we add some margin in the x-axis of 4. So we have some space and between the things. And also when we have a larger screen and above, so in Tailwind CSS, you just write down large, double clone. So this is going to trigger only in the large size. So in the large size and above, we want a margin X of 6. And when we hover over them, I wanted to change the color of the text to be amber 600. Now, if we hover over it, we see the amber color. Now let's install the icon. So for the icon, we're going to have a class name, which is, we want to make the icon bigger. So I'm just going to change the text to be 2x large. And if you want to see what text 2x large means, you can use Ctrl space. And this is going to show you, for example, text 2x large means 24 pixels. All right. So for changing the size of the icons, React icons, you can use text 2x large. And I want to make this one. So let's see if they have the change. So let's refresh the page. You see the icon is bigger now. Now, if you want to, I want to hide this icon when we have a bigger screen. So I'm just saying for sizes after the small size, which is the mobile size and above, I want to hide this icon. So you can just add hidden, which is display none. So now if we increase the size, we don't see the icon. So in the biggest screens, we don't see the icon until in the mobile size. So we want to do the opposite for this menu, the home. So for the paragraph, I'm going to add a class name. So for the paragraphs, we want to hidden that paragraph in the mobile size. So we shouldn't see it now. And for the size above the mobile size, I want to change the display to inline, so we can see that. So in the big size, we see the icon. We see this text, but in the small size, we only see the icon. Then I want to add some margin y-axis of 2. And we want to make the text to be a small, which is 14 pixels. So now we have completed the icon and the menu. Let's add the logo on the right side. So inside the header.jsx, so we have added one menu actually. Let's add another one. So I'm going to copy this one using Ctrl Shift arrow down, simply using Ctrl Shift arrow down. And instead of just having home, I'm going to have another one for about. The address would be /about. And the icon I want to use is, I just want to search for info. So let's search for info in the React icons, and the icons I want to use is this one, BS fill info circle fill. So let's copy this by clicking on it, and we just paste it inside the icon. So now inside our website, we should see different icons. We need to import this one as well. So I'm gonna import BS fill info circle field from React-icons/bs. As you can see, the GitHub Copilot is a kind of helpful, sometimes suggests you some things. As you can see now, the items actually are on top of each other. We need to just change the display here. So here, I'm going to change the display to flex. So we're going to bring them next to each other like this. So let's see. This isn't okay. Let's remove this. Okay, so we need to add some space between them as well. So let's see, we can add some space between the icons. So let's save this one. We should have some space, but we cannot see. We have the space here. The margin X works here, but it didn't work for the icon. Let's check inside the menu icon. So for the link tag, I have added a margin X of 4. For the large, margin X of 6. And it didn't work with the icon. So let's add something for the icon. So we add some margin X of 4 here. Okay, so for the icon works as well. So let's increase the size. So it's working for the text too. I didn't, okay. Yeah, this one, yeah. Okay, that was it for the left side. Now let's go to the right side here and add the icon, the logo that we need. So for the logo, this is going to be a link tag as well. So because we want to have a link tag and we want to redirect the person to the home page. So we just say href, and this is going to redirect the person to home page. And we need to import the link as well. So I use control space to import it from next/link. And here inside the link, I'm going to add an h2 tag, which is going to have 2 span. So one span here and another one next to it. So the first spam is going to say IMDb, and the second one, which is this one, it's just gonna say clone. The reason I separated them by using a span, because I want to have a different style for each of the text. So I'm gonna zoom this a little bit so you can see it better. For both of them, I'm gonna have some styling. So I'm gonna increase the size of the both of them to 2x large. So make them bigger. For the IMDb alone, I want to add some, I want to make it bold by changing the font boldness to bold. And let's change the background color to be amber 500, which is similar to the IMDb logo. And let's change the y-axis padding to 1 and x-axis of 2. And let's make it rounded by just saying rounded large, which is going to add a border radius of 8 pixels like this. And for styling of the clone, I want to change the text instead of 2x large to x large here. And I want to make it hidden when we have a mobile size. but at the size of the bigger than SM, the mobile size, I want to change the display to a line. So inline, so we can see it in the bigger screen. You can see clone, but in the small screen, you don't see it. And for adding a space between them, there are plenty of ways to do it. But the simplest way in the IMDb, you can just add a margin in the right axis of one, margin on the right side. So we have like this. And as you can see, the menu and the logo are on top of each other. So we need to change the display here. So we need to change with display at the top that is covering both of them. We change the display here to flex. So we bring them next to each other like this. Let's decrease the size so you can see it better. And then I want to add some space between them. So I'm going to change the justify content to be a space between by just saying justify between. And we add a space in the x-axis of 2. So we have some space between them and the wall. And as you can see here. But I want to limit the maximum width to be 6 pixels. So they're going to come here. We have some space, but they are not in the middle. So we can just change the margin X after the small size and above to auto. So they're going to come in the middle. And in the mobile small size, we just see the logo. They are not exactly on next to each other. So we can just add the items center to bring them to the next to each other vertically. So let's save this and see the change. So no, it's not item start, it's item center. Okay, now they are just aligned with each other. This is equal to align items center in CSS. All right, so now I think we have done with this part. Let's see. So as you can see in this big size, they are just connected to the wall. We can add some space in the y-axis of 6. So we make them a little bit come down. All right, like this. Okay. It looks okay. So now we have created the menu. So when we click on the about, it goes to the about page. But we haven't created this page yet, so we get an error saying this page could not be found. So now we're going to create actually the about page in the following sections, but in the next section we're going to create this dark mode. So if you just go to the home page or refresh the page here, and we see that it's still in the dark mode. When we click on this icon, we see it's a light mode. So this is going to stay even you go to the different pages. For example, you go to trending. So this is going to be always in the light mode. So you can change it each time you go to different places. So you can see now it's working now. So now in the next section, we're going to work on the dark mode, but let's just first, we have complete this section. Now let's add this one to the GitHub. So we're going to open to source control using Ctrl+Shift+G, and I'm going to click here on this plus icon to add everything to GitHub. I'm going to add some a message for the commit, which is create the header section, and I'm gonna click here and click on the commit and push to push everything to GitHub. Let's go to GitHub and we refresh the page to see the new commit. And now we can review what we have done in the header section. So let me zoom this a little bit. In the package.json, you can see some packages added. We have installed React icons. So this with this package, we can get different icons. So we could get the home and the info icon. In the layout.jsx, we have added the header. So we have just first divided our body to header, navbar, and the search box. And we have added the header at the top, and we have imported this component from the components folder. We have created a new component inside the components folder called header.jsx, which is imported menu item, which is we have created another component inside the components folder called menu item. We have imported this one inside this component. We have imported 2 icons from React icons. And also we have imported link from next link to add some links for our menus and also the logo. So we have divided this section by a div. Inside the div, we have another div for the menu and one div for the logo and the dark mode. For the menu, we have created and added the menu item component, and we have passed the title, address, and the icon. And for the logo, we have created 2 spam to separate the IMDb and the clone, and we have separately styled them using Tailwind CSS. And also we have added the href / when we click on this icon, we're going to be redirected to the home page. We have created the menu item.jsx files, which is going to create each menu item. Each of them gets a title, address, and icon, which we are passing from here as a props, and we get this one, these 3 here, and we have created a link tag. We pass the address. We have passed the icon here, and also we have passed the title here. And we have hidden the icon in the largest screen, and we just show this icon in the mobile size, and we did the opposite for the paragraph. Okay, that was it for the creating of the header section. In the next section, we're going to work on the dark mode button. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the header section of our project. In this section, we're going to work on the dark mode button. So inside we have to put this dark mode switch inside the header section. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and here we go to this file, this header.jsx, and just next to this icon that we have created here, we're going to add that switch, but we're going to create another component for this switch. So I'm going to call this component dark mode switch. I'm going to close this, and we simply need to create this file. So we go back to Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E, and inside the components, I'm going to create another component with the same name, dark mode switch.jsx. So I just use RFC to create a React functional component for now, and I'm going to import this one in here. So I can just click on at the end of the name of the component, use Ctrl space, and auto import it here. So now let's start the server and see the dark mode switch here. So let's go back to our website in localhost 3000. And let's refresh the page to see the changes. So you can see the dark mode switch at the top. We can just bring it next to that by working on this div that is covering both of the dark mode switch and the link. So here we change the display to flex. We change let's see, let me show you in real time. So I'll bring this one to the right side. So I changed the flex. So this is going to bring them next to each other like this. And then we can align them using items, center. And also we can add a space between them using a space x5, which is equal to this CSS code, which is going to calculate the distance between them and just add the space between them, not before or after. So this is the good things about using the Tailwind CSS. As you can see, a lot of codes here, just you can use this space X instead. So we just bring them next to each other now perfectly. So let's go work on this dark mode switch. And before doing that, we need to install a package called Next Theme to be able to use and change the dark and light mode in our website. Actually, you can do that by just adding some variable inside your local storage and save your current mode. But the Next Theme package is going to do all these parts for us, and we don't need to create these functions or anything else. And it uses the use context, so it is going to create a global variable for us. So anywhere inside our website, if we click on this button, we can change the light mode of the website. So I'm going to search on Google for Next Themes, and there is a package npm.js inside this website. Let me zoom this so you can see it better. So the website is just a npm package, and the package name is Next Theme. So we're gonna click in here. For installation, it's very simple. We just need to have npm install Next Theme. And for the usage, we need to cover all our website and with the theme provider. So we get a theme provider and cover everything. But the problem is, because this theme provider uses context, so we are not allowed to use context in a server-side component in Next.js. We need to use it in client-side. So if we just put this one inside the layout.jsx. So all the layout.jsx would be client side instead of server side. So what we do, we create an extra provider and put this one inside that provider. I'm going to show you now how we do it. So let's first install this. So we just copy this code and we come back here. We stop the server. I'm going to paste it here to install this one. And what we do, we go to layout.jsx and here we add our providers. So we just create a provider and we just put the provider inside the body section. So I'm going to create a provider, providers. And I'm going to put everything inside the provider. So I'm going to cut all the things, including the children, and put it inside these providers. And I'm going to create this provider. We need to put this provider inside the app folder. So I'm going to create this file, providers.jsx. And we create a React functional component for now. And we go back to layout.jsx and we import by using just control space and click on the auto suggestion. So now we have the providers, and inside the providers, we can create this provider client side without changing the layout or anything inside it. So the Next.js is so smart, the Next.js 13, that even this provider is client side, the header and the children would be still server side. So that's the good things about using Next.js 13. So we need to create this provider here. So this is going to return that theme provider that I mentioned. So we need to, as you can see, we need to use this theme provider from Next Themes. And let me close this, delete this one. So this is going to cover everything inside our website, which is in layout, we are covering header and children. So in providers, the theme provider is going to cover all of them. And this theme provider, because is using the context, we cannot use it as a server side. So if I start the server now, npm run dev, we should get an error. So let's see. So now if I refresh the page, we should get an error saying that we cannot use theme provider inside a server-side component. Let's see. Okay. Anytime you start the server, you need to wait until the initial cell, until the website loaded. So, okay. Let's see. So until this one comes, let's add some other things inside the theme provider. So I'm going to show you here inside the Next Themes. So this theme provider, it's going to cover everything inside our website. And it has some default kind of coloring if you want to use. And there is something else called use theme from Next Themes that is going to change the theme of the website. So it actually, this hook is going to give us the theme, and we can change it using this function set theme. So for example, we have two buttons. One is light and one is dark. So when we click on the light button, we're going to set the theme to light. And when we click on dark mode, we set the theme to dark. And the current theme is the one that we are getting here. All right, so let's see what happened to our website. So probably some problem happened. The other things we need to do for the providers and put it the theme is we need to pass the children as well. So we need to have the children here because we want to pass everything inside from the layout.js and put it inside the theme provider. So inside the theme provider, we're going to pass these children. So let's save this one. So now if we check our website, we can see that we get an error. That is a type error saying create contacts only works in client components. Add the use client directive at the top of the file to use it. So as I mentioned before, because they're using contacts, we cannot use them in the server-side component. It should be in client component. So we need to add use client at the top. So I'm going to copy this, or I'm going to go here at the top. We need to add this use client. So we just write here use client, and this is going to solve the problem for us. And if you go back now, we refresh the page, we shouldn't get this error. Okay. So now we don't get an error. So everything is the same because we didn't do anything actually. We actually covered all the website with providers, and inside the providers covered everything with the theme provider. So the things actually we need to do is start from now. So we go here. The first things we need to add as an attribute inside the theme provider, we need to enable the system. We just say use the system theme, and we set it to be true. So this is going to use the system's dark mode. For example, if you're using light mode or dark mode inside your browser setting, this theme provider can use that one. And the other things we need to add is attribute class. So what that means is when we are using Tailwind CSS, we want to add a class called dark to add our dark mode for the dark. So we need to add this attribute class here, and we need to go to the tailwind.config.js, this file, and here inside after this theme or anywhere outside of this one, we need to add the dark mode equal to class. So in this way, if we add something inside our website and add a dark at the beginning, we can just say use this class only for the dark mode. So I'm going to show you now. So first we add the necessary things. So we need to add these two attributes, as I mentioned, enable system and attributes. Now we can just add our button to change the light and dark mode. So we go to this. So let's see, what's this error? We are getting an error because we have added something to the tailwind.config, but we haven't actually restart the server. Anything you add inside the config file, you need to restart the server. So I'm going to restart the server now. Probably the errors should go away for now. Let's refresh the page and see. No, it's okay. No, we don't get any error. So let's go to our dark mode switch and add our switch and other things so we can work on the changing the theme. So we need two actually button. So if you go to React icons, I'm gonna use two icons for our website. One is the light. We search for light, and this the search for light mode. So I want to use MD light mode. So I'm gonna copy this one, bring it to this. So let's add it at the top. So I'm gonna import it. Import MD light mode, and this is going to come from React icons /MD. The next icon I want to add is this. It's called moon. We just search for moon, and the name of that is BS fill. Let me find this. BS fill moon fill, this one. So I'm gonna copy this one too. I'm gonna add it here. And this is coming from React icons /BS. So now we have two icons here. Let's add them here. So instead of dark mode, let's remove this div, and here we just add the icons for now. I want to show you the icons. So the first icon is MD light mode, and the second one is BS fill moon fill. So if we now check our website, we should see two icons here. Let's refresh the page. So we can see the two icons here, the light. Let me zoom this, you can see it better. So it's light and the dark mode, a button. And the things we do, we get the theme. The other things here I want to show you, because we want to use the use state and use effect, and also the use theme from Next themes. We cannot have this component as a server side. We need to change this one to the client side as well. For example, if I use any user state, or let's actually bring that here. For example, import use theme. If we import use theme from Next theme, and we just, for example, get the use theme, we create a constant, we get the theme, set theme from the use theme, and also we want to get the system theme as well. Okay, so we should get an error here. I want to show you the error. So we get an error. Let's see. Okay. As you can see, we get an error again saying context, create context only works in client components. So you cannot use any hooks inside the server-side component. So here we need to add the use client at the top. So we convert this component to the client side. Okay, so now we change this one to the use client, and we should get rid of this error for now. As you can see, we don't get an error now. So now we want to check the system theme first. So we create a variable here. We just say if the current theme. So let me show you here how to do it. Let me delete this one. So we get the system theme here. And we want to create a constant. We want to create a constant and we call it current theme. All right, so this one is going to be, as we get suggestion from the Copilot, this one, if the theme is equal to system, we want to use the system theme. Otherwise, we want to use the theme that we are setting by clicking on these icons. So first we get the theme using the use theme. This is going to give us dark, light, or system. If it's system, it is going to use the system theme, which can be dark or light. Otherwise, we use the theme that is set by us. So now here, we just say current theme. If the current theme is equal to dark, we want to just close this. So this is going to be conditional. If this one is dark, we want to see this icon. If it's light, we want to see the other icon. Okay, so let's see. We should see only one icon now. So let's refresh the page. We are getting an error. Okay, I probably put too many. I have to remove this equal sign here. So let's refresh the page. We see that we should see the light, actually the moon icon now, because my system theme is light mode. I usually use the light mode. So now we are just seeing this icon. All right. But we want to change the theme now. So if we click on this light mode icon, we want to change the theme to light. If we click on the other one, we want to change it to dark. So we added onClick here. And this onClick is going to call and set that theme. The set theme is coming from here, the use theme. And we want to set the theme to light. We want to use the same things for the moon icon. We added onClick. And we want to set the theme to dark. Okay. Now, if we go here, let's now it's a moon icon. If you click on it, it's going to be the other icon, and also the theme of our website is changed to dark. If you click again, comes back to the light mode. And the other things we need to do, I want to install these icons first. So I'm gonna add a style, but I want to add the style for both of them the same style. So I'm gonna add the cursors to both of them using Alt and click. I'm just gonna add some class name. First thing first, I want to increase the size of the text to be X large, the size of the icon, I want to change the cursor to be pointer. So we see a pointing hand when we hover over them. And also when we hover over them, I want to change the color of the text to be amber 500. So now the icons are bigger, and when we hover over it, we see some color change. Okay. And the other things we need to do is very important for when you're using dark or light mode. Sometimes when you refresh the page, if the page is not mounted or didn't start, this one doesn't work. So for example, you change the page and then you click something quicker. Sometimes it doesn't work and makes an error. So the mounting means we want to complete this page to be rendered. For example, if this the dark mode, when we refresh, we see an error here. We see that the UI does not match what was rendered on the server. We get a high duration error. This error is because the system is light mode and this is the dark mode. When we refresh, it gets some conflict. We say, oh, we want to use the system mode, but you already save it like a dark. But when we wait until the page completely loaded and then we change the light mode and dark mode, we don't get an error because we already know the mode of the website. Especially when we are using Next.js, we have server side and client side. In the client side, we have, for example, light mode. In the server side, we have dark mode. And this is going to mismatch. In order to prevent that, we need to first be sure that the page is mounted, it's loaded completely, and we decide to be in the dark mode or light mode. So I'm going to fix this one by just adding a use effect. So here we can add a use effect. Use effect is coming from React, and the use effect is going to set the mounted to true when the use effect, when the page loads, waits complete the page renders one time and then set the mounted to true. In this case, we prevent using this mode and other things. So now we need to create this hook, this piece of state called mounted. And first it's false. And when the page is loaded, I think I added an extra. So this one is for this one. I think that's enough. Okay. So when the page is completely rendered, we set the mounted to true, but first it's false. And then we're gonna prevent using these things. So I'm gonna say, if the pages is mounted and it's true, then check the current theme or other things. So I'm gonna put this one in a parenthesis. Okay. Now this is going to check if the mounted is true. Then they're gonna check the current theme and put the light mode or dark mode. So let's check it now. So we go here and we refresh the page. So the error is user state is not defined. So we need to import user state from React. So let's try again. Okay, now it said set mounted is not a function. So let's check what's the mistake. So set mounted. We are getting this one here. It should be fine. So let's refresh the page. Maybe that's a previous error. Set mounted is not a function. That's a... So we got the use effect, user state here. We created this function set mounted. We have mounted, set mounted. And then we have used this set mounted here inside the use effect. Yeah, the problem is we should use the bracket here because we are creating a piece of state. So let's bring this one. When you're using user state, you need to use a bracket. But when you're using, for example, we are getting the use theme something, we need to use the curly braces. All right, so now we shouldn't get an error here. And as you can see, there is a delay, then we see the icon. So when we refresh the page, we don't see the icon first, and then the icons comes. This time, it's safe to use it because it's already the page is mounted. So now we can use it safely. So even in the dark mode, when we refresh the page, we don't get an error because there is no mismatch and the already page is rendered and we can get the data. All right, so now we have created this button. Let's add some styles to our main div. What I want to do, I want to just have a style like a dark, or I want to change the background color. I don't want it to be completely dark. I want to use a gray color, and also I want to have some dark and mode using Tailwind CSS. So inside the providers, let's close the unnecessary things so we can see what we have done. So inside the providers.jsx, we have added this theme provider, but we just directly put it inside, put the children inside this. I'm gonna add a div here, and this div is going to cover these children, and I'm gonna add the style to this div. So I'm gonna add a class name to here. I just want to say if there is a dark mode, I want the background color to be gray 700. If there is a dark mode, I want the text to be gray 200. And also in the light mode, I want the text to be gray 700. And also I want to have a transition when a light mode and dark mode happens. So I want to have a transition on colors with the duration of the 300 milliseconds. And also I want the mean height of the screen to be, when you use mean H screen, it means the minimum size of the screen to be 100% of the viewport height. So now if we check our website, we see all the screen is kind of gray. And in the light mode is light, in this mode is gray, and also we have some transition. It doesn't come suddenly change. And also I don't want people be able to select this text. This is very annoying, especially in the mobile side. If you want to click on some button, this is going to be very annoying. So I want to use a select none, so nobody can select the text. So now you can select it, but now after the save, you cannot select the text. So this is the things we have added here. So that was it for the adding the dark mode in our website. So let's add this one to GitHub by I didn't need to actually stop the server, but you can use Ctrl+Shift+G to open the source control, and we click on this plus icon to add everything to GitHub, and we create a message for that one, which is add dark mode. So we can click and commit and push it to GitHub. So now if we go to GitHub and we come back and refresh the page, we should see a new commit, add dark mode. So let's review what we have done. It was a lot of work. So, but it's very simple actually. We have just actually installed a package called Next.js, which is going to provide us with some hooks and some theme providers. And we have created a provider file, which is in client side, firstly, because we are using theme provider, which is using context like a hook. And we have covered all our website with theme provider. So we put the children here, and also we have added a div with adding the dark mode colors for all our website. And also we have added some transition. So, and also we have enabled system. So when the system is, for example, dark mode, the website is automatically be dark mode. And we have added this one for the Tailwind CSS. Inside the layout.jsx, we have imported that provider, which is going to cover all our website, including the header and the children. And we have created a component called dark mode switch, which is also in the client side because it's using some hooks like use theme and use state and also use effect. So we have imported two icons from React icons for the light mode and the dark mode. And we have imported use theme from Next.js, which gives us system theme. And we can change the theme using set themes and get the system theme or our theme. It depends on our choice, because if the theme is equal to system, we get the system theme. Otherwise, we get the theme that we have set. And also we have used use effect React hook to apply and change the mounted to true after the page is rendered, to be sure that we don't have mismatch between the server side and the client side. And we have added a condition. We just say if the mounted is true, so when the page is rendered, then check the current theme. If it's dark, show the light mode button. Otherwise, show the moon icon. So, and then we have added an onClick, which is going to change the theme by clicking on these icons. We have also imported this dark switch mode component inside the header.js, and we have added it next to the logo. And inside the tailwind.config.js, we have added the dark mode and we set it to be class. All right, so that was it for the dark mode section. In the next section, we're going to create the about page. For now, when we click on the about, we get an error, 404 error. So let's refresh the page. So I've stopped the server, but I've shown you before, when we click on the about page, we get an error saying the page is not existed. So we're going to create this about page. I'm going to show you how to put it under the app directory and how to create pages inside Next.js 13. So see you in the next section for creating of the about page. All right, in the last section, we have completed the dark mode functionality of our website. In this section, we're going to create the about page. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code and we start the server using npm run dev. And we need to open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. We need to create a page here. So this is the home page because just the page.jsx in the app directory. If you want to create another page, we need to create another folder called about. And then inside this folder, we're going to create a file called page.jsx. In this way, we're going to have a about page. So we're going to use RFCE to have a React functional component. I'm going to call this one about. And let's go and see it inside our browser. Let's refresh the page. So now if we click on the about, when we go to about, when we click on it, the URL is changed to about, and we see the about here, which is coming from this page. All right. So now we don't get an error for this page, and also we have the layout for this. We still have the header for the about page because this layout.jsx is going to apply to all the sub directory of this app folder. So even here, we didn't add any layout page. We still all the everything inside this layout.js will apply to this page as well. So we have created this one. Let's create solid a little bit. And inside here, I'm gonna have an h1 tag saying about, which is going to be to have a bigger size text by changing 2x large for the text, and we set the font to be medium, which is equal to font medium is equal to font weight 500. Then we're gonna change the text color to amber, this time 600. So let's see. Now we have this one in the light mode is like this and like that one. Let's bring this one to the, let's add some class to the upper div. We set the max width to be 6XL, which is going to be equal to the one we used here. And in order to bring them to the center, we need to use MX Auto, which is margin X Auto, which brings this one to the center. So let's refresh the page. We see the results. Now, okay, now the about is here. And let's add some space between this about and the text after that using a space Y 4. Now after this H1, I want to add some text. So I have already prepared some text. I'm going to paste it here. So this is just a explanation about the website. And let's see it here. In order to just, they will be divided, we can put them inside the paragraph. So I'm going to add a paragraph and add some of the sections to the first paragraph until, for example, let's see, we have a, okay, until here we put in the paragraph the first one, and then we can add another paragraph adding this section. Let's add another one and add the last part. So in this way, you're going to have a space between the text. Okay. Let's refresh the page. We see the changes. So it's a bit styled in a way. Let's see. The space X, this one should be a space Y. Sorry about that. Because the space should be between the Y axis, not the X axis. Let's refresh the page, and now we see that it looks better in the dark mode. Looks like this. All right, so that was it for the pages section. For the about section, just we have added a folder called about, and inside the about folder we have added the page.jsx. And everything, the rules from the layout goes to this section as well. So let's add this one to the GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G. We just name this one create the about page. We can commit and push it, and let's check it inside the GitHub. We come back and we refresh the page. Now we should see a new commit, which is the file that we have created inside the about folder with the div, header, and the paragraphs. So if you don't want to write down this text, you can come to this GitHub repository in this page, and you can just simply copy this 3 paragraphs and put it in your website. All right, that was it for the about page. In the next section, we're going to create the navbar component. So as you can see here, we have a navbar with two items. So this is going to be a component, and each of them is a different component as well. When we click on the trending, this is going to bring the trending section, and also the top rated is going to fetch the trending. And when we click on each item, we're going to change the URL with the new parameter. And this is going to be inside the layout as well. So if you are inside the about page, you still see the navbar component. So see you in the next section for the navbar component of our project. All right, in the last section, we have completed the about page. In this section, we're going to create the navbar component. I just realized something, that this page is not aligned with the navbar, with the header. So because the header has some margin in the x-axis, so we can simply fix that one by just adding a padding of 4 here. Now, if we check, they should be in a line now. For the navbar, I just want to show you how this one works. So we're going to create a component called navbar and we put it inside the layout.jsx, which is going to be in all pages. Then inside the navbar, we have a div here. Let me show it here for you. So now we have a div here, and inside this one we have two components, one for this one and one for the other one. And we're going to pass the information like the title and these parameters here to that component. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we open the Explorer section and we go to layout.jsx and we create the navbar here. So we're gonna get the navbar. It should be here, but we need to create it inside the components folder. So we go to components folder, we create a new component and we call it navbar.jsx, and we can use RFC to create a React functional component, and we need to import this one inside the layout.jsx by just using Ctrl space. Now we should see the navbar in our website, which is here. You can see it here. And let's go and we pass the parameters inside the navbar. So inside the navbar, we're going to have two new components, which is the navbar item. And so we're going to pass two things. We're going to pass the title, which for the first one is trending. And the parameter, I just call it param here. And the parameter is for the trending is fetch trending. So in the final version, we have here the title trending and here the genre is fetch trending. But for the top rated, the title is top rated and this genre parameter is fetch top rated. So we're going to copy this one and change the title for the next one, which is top rated. And this one should be fetch top rated. Okay, now we need to create this component and get these attributes and we show it inside that. So we're going to create a component and we call it navbar item.jsx, and we create it by using RFC. Here we can get the parameters, which is we get the title and param. And we can show it here for now. We just say, for example, h1 title, and then let's see and check it. These errors is actually not error. This is just for the production development section. In the production, you don't get these errors. So we have an error saying the navbar item is not defined. So we're going to go back to the navbar.jsx here, and we just import this navbar item by using Ctrl space. We auto import that, and now we should see the trending and top rated inside the navbar. Let's style them here. So let me bring this one to the right side, and then we just bring them next to each other. I'm going to close the Explorer section so we have more space. Now we can style them. in real time and check them. So we can add a class name here. We change the display to flex to bring them next to each other. And we just use justify content center and to just align them next to each other correctly. And let's see what we can change here. So, and the other things I want to do, I think that is enough for this one. We just need a space between them. So we can add this space inside that navbar item. So here, instead of title, showing the title, I want to add a link here, link tag, because I want to link between them. So I'm going to just add a link tag, which is coming from next/link. And this one has a href, the address, and the address for this one is / and with the parameter genre, and this is going to be dynamic. So we need to add a backtick here and at the end, so we can have a dynamic parameter. So the dynamic one, we can add it by adding a $, and this is going to be param. And for those who don't know, this backtick is located on the top of the tab key on the keyboard. It's not the clone, it's a backtick. So now we get the parameter here. And inside the link tag, we're going to have that title. So let's see that we can add this title here. Now we should see that. Let's save it and see it here in real time. So let's refresh the page. Now we see the navbar. So if we click on the trending, I want to show you, if we click on trending or top rated, we go to genre / fetch trending. If we click on top rated, we go to fetch top rated. So now let's style this navbar. So we go back to Visual Studio Code and we go to navbar.jsx. Let's bring this one to the right side. I want this navbar to have two colors, one for the light mode and one for the dark mode. So here inside this div that we have added the flex and justify content center, I want to add something for the dark mode. So I'm going to just say dark. In the dark mode, I want to have the background color gray 600. And let's see that we can see the change. So I'm going to save this one and refresh the page. Yes, we have the background color gray. And in the light mode, I want to have the background color amber 100. So, and then in the large size and above, I want the text to be larger. So just use text large, and let's have some padding of 4 pixels. So this is now we have, and inside the light mode, we have a different color, amber 100. So let's install each of these items inside the navbar item. I think we don't need this file anymore. I'm going to close this one. So inside the navbar item.jsx, we can add the styles inside this link. So I'm going to open this, add a class name. Because I want to have a kind of dynamic styling, because based on the, if this one is selected, I want to have an underline too. So I want to add a dynamic one. So I'm going to add a backtick here. First, I want to add some margin in the margin of 4. So this is going to add some space between them. Let's see. Now we have the cursor to pointer, and when we hover over it, I want the color to be amber 600, like this. Okay, and then let's make the font to be semi-bold. And padding of 2. We can add some padding as well. So we add some more space for the underline. So now we finished with the common part. Now we want to add the dynamic part. For the dynamic, I want to see if the genre is fetched top rated. I want to add the underline here. If this one is fetch trending, I want to add the underline here. So we need to get the parameter from the URL. In Next.js, for the components, we need to use something called search params, and we use the use search param hook, search param. It's called search params, and it's coming from next/navigation. And we need to initialize this one here. So after the export, we can initialize this. We just need that search params. So I'm going to create a constant. I call it search params. And this is going to be equal to use search params hook that we got here. But because we are using hook, we cannot use this component in server side. We just have to change it to client component. So we need to add this client at the top, use client. Okay, now we shouldn't get an error. And then by using these search params, we can understand the param here. So from this use search params, we can get the parameters genre. So I'm going to create another constant. I'm going to call it genre. And this is going to be equal to this search params. And it has a method called get. And we're going to get the genre from that. Now we can use this one inside the link. So for the dynamic styling, I'm going to add a $sign to add a dynamic one. And then we just say, if the genre exists, because sometimes you are in the home page, you don't have genre. If the genre exists, and genre is equal to the param that we are getting from these props. We want to have the color. So let's remove this one, this suggestion. So I want to add some different color and underline. So I want to have an underline firstly. Then I want to change the underline offset to be 8, which is the space between the underline and the text. You can see here. Now I wanted to have a decoration of 4, which is the thickness of the underline. Decoration -4. So it would be thicker. And I want to change the color of the decoration to be amber 500. And also I want it to be rounded. So I'm just saying rounded large. So it has a rounded corner now after that. So I'm going to save this one. And now if we go to trending, we see the underline is under trending. If we go to top rated, we see the underline is under top rated. So we could see it inside the final version too. So we could manage to have a dynamic styling as well. For dynamic styling, we just need to have a backtick, and inside the dynamic section, we add a $sign and curly braces. And here we just add our conditions. We just say if the genre exists. So if, for example, if we are in the home page and there's no genre, we don't get any underline. But if the genre is equal to, for example, top trending, we get the underline here. If it's top fetch top rated, we get it here. So it's also working for the light mode as well. In the light and dark mode, we have a different background color for the navbar. And if we click here, we still see this color inside this light mode and dark mode. So that was it for the navbar component. In the next section, we're going to work on the fetching data from the TMDB API. But for now, we just add everything to GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G by clicking on this plus sign, and we just make a message which is create the navbar component, and we can click here and click on commit and push to push it into GitHub, and we can check what we have done inside the GitHub by refreshing the page inside the commits page. Now we have a new commit, create the navbar component. Let's zoom this and review what we have done. So inside the page.jsx, in the about page, we just added a padding of 4. Inside the layout.jsx, we have imported the navbar component and added here after the header and before the search box. We have created a component called navbar.jsx, which includes another component called navbar item, and we're going to pass 2 attributes to this component, the title and the param, which is based on that title. And we have created another component called navbar item, which is client side, because we are using some hooks called use search params, and we get the data from the attributes, and we passed here as a props title and param, and we get the parameters of the URL using the use search params, and we get the genre parameter using the get method and passing the genre. Then we're going to return a link which is going to have a title in the middle, and the href is the param that we get and we pass to the genre. And we have added a dynamic styling. For example, if the genre exists and genre is equal to param, we're going to have an underline with the different color. And yeah, that was it for the navbar component. In the next section, we're going to fetch data from the API, TMDB API, and show it inside the homepage based on this trending or top rated. All right, in the last section, we have completed the navbar component. In this section, we're going to fetch data based on the trending or top rated and show it inside the homepage. So the database we're going to use is TMDB. So if we go, I want to use Firefox. If you go to TMDB website, and this is my account, I show you the URL. It's themoviedb.org. If you go there and sign in with your account, it's completely free. You can just make an account. And here you can click on this profile button at the top and click on setting. So here you can have access to your API. So on the left side, you click on API. And here you can see your API key. And also there are some documentations about how to use the API. I show you how you can use this database to create and get information. For example, inside the database, the documentation, for example, if you go to trending tab here, it explained you can get the trending for everything, for movies, for TV, for person, from the last day or to last week. And then you can also try it yourself. You can click on try it out. And here you can put your API key and choose the media type. For example, I choose movie. And for example, I want the last week. So this is going to show me the URL I need to send the request. So the URL is the same website, the moviedb.org, but API dot and /3 trending movie week, and you pass your API key. So for the trending, we use this one. For the fetch rated, top rated, it's different. So you can just see what you can do. There are a lot of things. In the following sections, I'm gonna show you how to use the search box and search between the movies as well. So this is a documentation. We don't need it now, but for the API key, you need to copy your API key and go back to your Visual Studio Code and create an environmental variable file in the root of your project. It should be just outside, just next to the, for example, tailwind.config.js. So you right click here and create a new file, and we call this file .env.local. And here you just create a variable called API underline key, and you equal this one to that API key that we have copied. After creating the environmental variable, you need to restart the server. So you need to stop the server and start it again using npm run dev. Otherwise, you don't get the information from the environmental variable. So now inside the homepage, and the reason we put the API key in the environmental variable is when you're uploading your website to the GitHub, this environmental variable is not going to be uploaded. So your API key is going to be secure. And also when we deploy our website to Vercel, we're going to add this API key in the environmental variable section of the Vercel. So the Vercel is going to protect our environmental variable. So inside the home page, inside the app directory and the page.jsx, we're going to, firstly, I want to delete all these things. We don't need them. We want to create a constant called API underline key. And this is going to be equal, and this should be capitalized. This one is equal to process.env.api key, which is coming from the environmental variable. So this is the way you get the information from the environmental variable, and this is going to be protected as well. So now we have the API key protected. Now we want to fetch the data. The way that it works inside the Next.js 13, we don't use useEffect or any other hooks to get the data because this is going to be client side. We want to use the server side for this homepage. So in order to do that, because we want to request from the API, and this is going to be asynchronous, and we need to wait for the data to come. So we need to change this function to asynchronous. So this is not possible inside the React functional component. So this is only possible for the Next.js 13 and above. So because they made the server side like this. So now at the top, we can have our request. So the way we do that, we just create a constant. At first, we want to get the information from the URL. So in the URL, we have the genre. We want to get the genre. We want to know that if it's fetch trending or fetch top rated. Inside the, if you remember, inside the components, we have used the use search params, but we cannot use it here because this is the server side component. Here, there is another method, and this inside the Next.js 13, we can just get the search params here. So we get the search param here, and now we can just create a constant. We call it genre, and this is going to be equal to search params dot genre. And if there is no genre, I just want to just say use fetch trending. All right. So it can be fetch trending or fetch top rated, but if it's not available, this one, we want to use the fetch trending. And now we want to get the information from the API here using this information and also the API key. So I'm going to use this await fetch. I call it response, and the the URL is dynamic because we want to have the trending or top rated. So depending on the genre, we want to change the URL. But there is a base URL. So the base URL here, the base URL is this one. HTTP. As you can see, the Copilot is suggesting me something. So that is very useful. So we have the API dot. So let me use this one first. So we're gonna use, this is the base URL, and this is for the top rated. So I'm gonna delete the rest actually. And we create a variable here. For creating variable, you need to use a $sign. And now we just say if the genre is equal to fetch top rated. If this one is equal to fetch top rated, I want the URL, the rest of it, to be movie/top rated. Otherwise, I want it to be trending all, but instead of day, I want to use week. The last week, I want to use the trending in the last week. And so the rest of them, we are using the API key. And also we want to use the language, English, and we can use the first page. So let's see, this is correct. So this is a fetch. So I think this is, we can delete this one. Okay. Now, let me explain you again. So we have a base URL, which is common for both top rated and top trending. If it's top rated, the URL is movie-top rated. If it's not, it can be trending because we are using trending. So it's trending all week. And also we have passed the API key, which is we are getting from here. And the language we want to be English, and also we want to show the first page. And if you want to add the pagination later, you can just work and make this one dynamic as well. But for now, for simplicity, we just get the first page. Now, there is another option here because this is we get from the Next.js 13. Next.js 13 gives us a couple of options. So let me show you inside the documentation. So we go to beta.nextjs/docs, and I'm going to show you the fetch. Or let's see, we can find it here. So for data fetching, let's see. For data fetching, we have different methods. So after the fetching, we can just fetch it normally. This is going to just fetch the data. And this is going to cache your data. For the caching, we have several options. For example, we can say every 10-second cache our data. It means if the one user comes, it's going to cache the data. But for the next 10 seconds, anyone comes to our website is going to use the cache the data from the server. They're not going to get the new data from the API. So this is going to save you from your API request. For example, if your data is not real time, for example, it's not something that is come every second, you can just use, for example, revalidate, for example, 1 day. In that case, for example, if you're, for example, especially for the movie trending or other things, the trending is not going to change every second. For example, every 3 hours, every 5 hours you can check, and this is going to save your API requests, and the other users use the cache inside the server. So we can use add this option for us. For example, we can just add this one, and there are plenty of other methods. So we're going to use in other projects. But for now, we just know that there are some methods. You can just, you don't have any cache, or you always cache it, or you can revalidate every 10 seconds. So I'm gonna just copy this one. So I'm just gonna copy this one and come back to our website, and inside the fetch, before closing the fetch, I'm going to add a comma here. So after this backtick, you add a comma and paste it, this one. And this is, so there was a comma here. So I'm gonna delete one comma. And then we can just change this revalidation, for example, to 10,000 seconds, because mostly the movies, they're not gonna change every second or every 100 second, 1,000 second. Even this one is very much. So I just want to show you how we get the data and how we can revalidate using Next.js 13. Then we can just change this data and convert it to JSON file and save it inside the data. And I just want to firstly show and we get the result, and the results would be inside data.results, and let's console log. And just another important things to know is this is a server side, and console log is just showing inside this server inside the terminal, not inside the browser. So when we console log here, and we need to go to the browser, we just refresh the page. And now we should see the data here if the fetching is successful. Yeah, we got the result undefined. Probably we made some mistakes here. So let me check again. So this is the base URL. And we have the genre. Oh, we didn't. We got the genre from the params here. And then fetch top rated. This is the URL. I think. So let me pause the video and check. I'll be back when I find the error. All right, I find the error. So we just need to connect this one together. Because of the space here, it's going to crash like this. So now we get the result. Actually, you can see we got an array of results with the movies, with their language, the title. We have the poster path, and we have the overview of the movies. All right. So that is working now. So let me close this. So this is okay. We just need to delete these spaces. So this is going to make a space, and it's a bad request. And the other things we want to do is, so let's delete the console log here. And then we want to check if the result, if the res is not okay. So the result has a problem. We want to have some condition and throw an error. So we just throw an error. We just write down throw a new error, like the suggestion. And this is going to throw an error, failed to fetch data. For example, I just add some letters, extra letters here for the API key. So this is a bad request. So now inside our website, we should get an error. So now, for example, if we refresh the page, we get an error saying fail to fetch data. So this error is actually showing inside the development mode. In the production mode, when the user doesn't see this error, but instead it's going to see some error effect. We're going to add that one using the Next.js 13 method, which is going to add an error.jsx file inside the app directory. But for now, let's fix this API key. And now let's continue and show it inside the browser. So instead of just showing an H1 saying home, I'm going to delete this one. And instead, I want to just have a div here. So let me create a div. So I create a div. And here, I want to create another component called results. So I want to show the result using that component. So I'm going to create a component called result or results.jsx. And this is going to be a React functional component. And the things we want to get here, we want to get the results. And sorry, we want to get all the results. And here we want to map through that result. So I'm going to get that result, map through it, get each result. And I'm going to, let's see. So here we're going to have a div. I want to create a div, but this is not suggesting me, so I'm going to create it myself. Okay. So now inside this div, I want to show the results. And I think we missed one parenthesis here, which is making an error. Okay, now it's correct. So now inside this div, I'm going to show the results, which is, for example, I just want to show the result dot original title. And this div should have a key as well. So here we just add a key, which is going to be the result.id, which is unique. Okay, now we should see the results, but we should pass this data. So here I'm gonna import that result component. So results component, which is coming from that components/result. And here I'm gonna pass the results as a props. So the result is going to be equal to results. Now, if we go to our website, we can see the result here. If you click on top trending, you get the top trending, original titles, and in top rated, you get the top rated one. So let's see. All right. So, and also if you go to the home page, we should get the top trending one instead, because when there is no genre, this is the default is top trending. All right. So now we got the information and we can show it inside our home page. In the next section, we're going to firstly, I want to create the loading effect, and also I want to handle the error. So if an error happened, I don't want a window pops up and say the error. I want to really show the error inside, and we're going to use the features of Next.js 13, which gives us the ability to easily handle the errors and loading effects. So in the next section, we're going to work on that. So now let's just save this one to the GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G by pressing on this plus icon. And we just add a message, which will be fetch data from TMDB API in the home page. And let's push it to GitHub and we review what we have done. So we go to GitHub. I closed the GitHub now. So I'm going to search IMDb and go to GitHub IMDb. So now we should see some new commits here. So we have 7 commits now. And in the search result, in the commits, we see the new commit. So it didn't work. Let's refresh the page. Okay, now we see the new commit, fetch data from TMDB API in the home page. And here we can see that inside the page.jsx, which is our home page, we have brought the API key, which is inside the environmental variable. And the other things you see that there is no .env.local file inside the GitHub, which is going to protect our API key. And we have changed this function to asynchronous, which is going to be a server-side component fetch request. And we just got the genre from using the search params, which is the method in Next.js 13 in the server-side pages. So we got the genre and we fetch the data based on the genre from this URL, which is dynamic based on the genre. And also we have used this next revalidate. We revalidate every 10,000 seconds, which is going to help to save the API. And here we pass the error. And if there is an error happens, we throw an error. And in the next section, I'm going to show you how to make a message for the error inside our website using Next.js 13. And we converted our data to JSON and we got the result. And we passed the result to a new component, which we are creating here. So this component, result.jsx, we can use in many cases. We can use later as well. When we are searching, we are adding the search ability. So this is the good way to use React.js. So you create components and we can reuse it many times. So we got the result and we map through it. We got each result and we show only the original title. So that was it for the fetching data. So I highly recommend you read this documentation from the Next.js, the fetch data, the fundamentals, and revalidating the data. They have different methods and also how to fetch, how to catch. So we are working on a different methods. For example, for the search, I'm not gonna revalidate. I'm gonna use the no catch method. We always get the fresh data from the API. So I'm gonna show you different methods of fetching in this project. So that was it for the fetching data. In the next section, we're going to handle the error. All right, in the last section, we have achieved getting the data from the API and show it here inside the home page. In this section, we're going to add the error message when something went wrong. For example, if the API doesn't respond, or for example, if there is an error from the API, our website doesn't crash. It just show a message saying something went wrong. There is a very simple solution from the Next.js 13. So inside the Next.js 13, this app directory, we have this page.jsx, which is for the home page. We can create another file, and this one is called error.jsx. And this file is going to replace the error. When error happens, this file is going to render instead of this page.jsx. So this one should be client side as well, because we need to use the use effect from React. So I need to let's first create a React functional component. And here at the top, I change this one to client component. I just say use client. And then we need to import use effect from React. So we need to use it. And also this file, this one should be capitalized. I changed this one to this. And this file is going to give us two things. The structure here, this one gives us the error and also gives us something called reset. So we can catch the error. If an error happens, we can console log it and check it. And the other things we can do, we can reset we can create a button and reset the fetching as well. For example, here, first let's do the use effect here. So we create the use effect And this use effect is going to firstly console log the error, and also when an error happens, we're going to render this and console log the error. So this use effect is always checked. If an error happens, it's going to console log for us. And also let's create that message here. So I'm gonna create an h2 tag or h1 tag saying something went wrong. So as you can see, we get a suggestion from GitHub Copilot. So something went wrong. I'm gonna add a button here. The button is going to say try again. And when we click on the button, so I'm gonna add a onclick here. When we click on the button, we wanna call that reset function. We just say reset. We need to call this function. Okay, and let's see what we see here inside our website. Now we get the result, but if you purposefully, for example, I change the API key to a wrong one, for example, I add a letter here, so this is going to get an error. We see this one in the development mode, but in the production you don't see this error here at the bottom. And this is saying something went wrong and try again. If you click on try again, this is going to fetch another time. So let's style this one first. So I'm gonna bring this one to the center. So let's go back to the error.jsx and bring it to the left side. And let's close the left side as well. So here inside the div, I want to make this one and bring it to the center using text center. And I want to add some margin at the top of 10. So we have some space here at the top. And also when we hover over the button, I want to see a different color. So I'm going to just say hover, change the text color to amber 600, like this. Okay. So now if we fix this API key and we click on try again, we get the result. So if the problem goes away, so we can get the correct result. So that was it for creating the error message. So it's very simple. You just need to get the error and reset. You can console log it for your reference, and you just create a message, something went wrong, and also you can create a button to reset it. So let's add this one to GitHub as well so we can have a reference later. So this message is going to be handle the error. So let's commit and push it to GitHub. So let me go to my GitHub IMDb. So now we have 9 commits, and the last one is handle the error. So we just created a file inside the app directory called error.jsx, which is client side, because we are using a hook here. And also there's 2 reasons it's use client, because it it is using use effect, which is a hook, and also we are using on click. If you're using any of them, you need to change the component to client side. Okay, that was it for this section. In the next section, we're going to create the loading effect. So I show you in the final version. Let me go to the final version. So when you go to the final version, when we click on trending, you see a loading effect, a spinner. This happened very fast because the internet is fast, but if you have a slow internet, instead of waiting for the empty page, you're going to see a spinner, which makes a better user experience for our the users that use our website. So in the next section, we're going to work on the loading effect. All right, in the last section, we have handled the error section. In this section, we're going to add the loading effect. So Next.js 13 actually provides you with the loading capability as well. It's similar to error. You need to just add a file inside the app directory to handle the loading effect. So when you come back to Visual Studio Code, if you use Ctrl-Shift-E to open the Explorer section, just here we need to add a file with this name, just loading lowercase .jsx, and here we can create the loading file, which is similar to the error file. We need to create a React functional component, and also let's create it first. We use RFC to create a React functional component. The name would be loading, and now we just say loading ... Now in our website, when we, for example, go to the About page and we go to trending, we see a loading at the top in a very short time, or here you see the loading. So Next.js 13 actually automatically understand that there is a wait and a system inside you're waiting for the result from a page, for example, the About page or the trending page, trending one. And this is going to show this file instead of that section until the result comes. So this is a great feature of the Next.js 13. So I don't want to just write down loading. I want to use a loading spinner. So there is a website. It's called loading.io. If you search loading.io, there is a website called loading.io. And you can just download free spinners, SVG spinner. SVG file is is in a very low size, so it doesn't consume a lot of internet, so it's gonna quickly load for us. And these 2 rows are free, and if you want to get a more advanced one, you need to pay. So here we just click on, for example, I want to use only this one. You can choose the color. I want to choose some amber color like this one. And I want to just choose the radius to be 5 and the stroke width to be 1. And let's choose the transparent background. And now you can just click here on the SVG and download it as an animated. So when you click, it's going to download. You need to click on free download and download. This is going to give you the file. And this file is going to go inside the public folder next to the favicon.ico. And we can just change the name of this file to spinner.svg. Let's close this one. And now, instead of just loading here, I'm gonna use that file. So I'm just gonna delete this loading. I add an image tag, and the source for this one would be a spinner.svg. Because this is inside the public folder, you don't need to add any address. Just the address should be just spinner.svg. For the alternative tag, alternative text, we just say loading. If this image is not loaded, you see loading inside the page. And let's bring this one to the center by just changing the display to flex. And we just use justify content center to bring it to the center. And let's change the size of the spinner to be 96. So let's test this one in our website now. So now if we go to the about page, so wait, we should save this one and wait a little bit until this one compiled. So now if we go to trending, we see a spinner here. We go to the about, we see the spinner in the middle. We can also use this spinner in somewhere else. For example, in the final version, I use it for the image as well. So if you refresh the page, we should see there's some, for example, we search for something. For example, I just search for wolf. When you search, I think now it's not working. So I'm going to show you later how to do it. We're going to use the spinner for the images as well. When the image is not loaded, we're going to see the spinner. So that was it for the adding the loading effect in our website, which was very easy in comparison with the React. The React, you have to create a use effect and use the user state, create a piece of state called loading and add it. That's a lot of work, but in the Next.js 13, all these things is going to be handled simply by just creating a file called loading.jsx. So let's add this one to GitHub by clicking on this plus sign, and we just say add loading effect. For the message, I'm gonna commit and push this one to GitHub, and let's go to GitHub and we go back to the commit section and we refresh the page. Now we have a new commit called add loading effect, which has this file, the spinner.svg, in the public folder, and we have created a loading.jsx file inside the app directory, which is a server-side component with just an image tag with the source of spinner.svg and with the alternative text of loading here. So that was it for the loading section. In this next section, we're going to create these cards and make these beautiful cards. So instead of just seeing these titles, we're going to create the cards and see all the information, including the image, the description, the title, and we get these information like the release date and the number of votes. So see on the next section for creating the card components. All right, in the last section, we have completed the loading effect in our website. In this section, we're going to work on the card components and make the website like the one in the final version with this card. So I'm going to show you. This is just the component with the image at the top. We have this description of the movie, but it's limited to only 2 lines. So I'm going to show you how to do it. And also we have a title here with the release date and also the this section. So this is one div, and then we have the title and this one too. So we need to create a component for that one and add it to the results.jsx that we have created. So if you go back to our website and we go to Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E, so we had a component here and it was called results.jsx, but we just show the title of the movie, but we want to pass this data and create a card component and add it here. So I'm going to create a card component here. And we're going to just pass few things like the key, which is the result.id. And also we have the results. We pass the result, which we are getting from the map. And then we need to close this card and we need to create this component inside this folder. So I'm going to create a file called card.jsx. And this is going to be a React functional component for now. And this is going to get that results from here as a prop. So the result is going to be from there, and we can just for now show something inside this card. So we're going to get the result, and here I just want to show something like a result dot. So it should be inside a curly braces. So we could just say result dot, for example, for now we just say the original title or ID. So I can just say result.id, and let's import it inside the results.jsx. I'm gonna use Ctrl space at the end of the card name and auto import it. Now inside our website, so let's refresh the page. We see the IDs. So this is going to initialize it. Something went wrong. So fetch failed. So let's try again. So inside the page.jsx, so everything is the same as before. We shouldn't get an error actually. So let's try again. Okay. Let's just stop the server and we use npm run dev. again, and let's see. Now it's compiled the client and server side successfully. Let's go to the home page and we refresh the page now. So we got the error again. Let me pause the video and I'll check the error. I'll be back when I find the error. All right, I find the error. Actually, there was no error. My Wi-Fi had a problem, so I couldn't fetch the data. So now if you go trending, we get these data. If you go to top rated, we get different IDs. The things I want to do, I want to style this one like a final version. So we're going to have a grid display. So when we are in the mobile size, we get only one column. And when we go to the bigger size, like a tablet, we get 2 columns. Then we get 3 columns in the large and 4 for the like a big screen. And if we have a massive screen like a TV or something, we get 5 columns. So I'm gonna show you how to do it. So inside the result.jsx, we're going to style this div here at the top, and we're going to change the display of this one to grid. So let's add a class name here, and I don't want it to be grid in the mobile size, but in the mobile size and above, I want it has a grid, display grid. In the mobile size and above, I want the grid to have a 2 columns. So we just say grid calls 2. In the largest screen and above, I want to have a grid with 3 columns. And for the X large, let's have a grid with columns 4. And for the 2x large, which is for the like a TV size, we have a grid with the columns 5. And we're going to limit the maximum width of this result to 6 XL, which is similar to the header section. And also we want to bring it to the center using MX Auto. And we add some padding in the y-axis of 4. So now in our website, we see the result like this, but we're going to replace each of them with a card with all the information like the image and other things. But for now, I just want to show you how to make a grid system. So let's go to our card section and fix everything else. So we get the result. Now, instead of just showing the line, I'm gonna work on the other parts of the card section. The first things I want to do is just style the card border and itself. So we just add a class name here. So what happened? We add a class name, and here we just I want this one to change the cursor of the mouse to pointer. So when we So we see a pointing hand when we hover over it. And let's add some shadow effect as well. So in the small size and above, firstly, I want to have some padding of 3. And I want to have some shadow effect as well when we hover over it. So when we hover over it, I want to have a shadow with a color of a slate 400, and also shadow. So that was the color of the shadow. Now we want the size of the shadow. So the shadow I want to have is the medium size. And also I want to make it rounded. So rounded large. And also in the small size and above, I want to have a border. So after the border, let's say the color of the border. So I want the border to be a slate 400. And also I want to have some margin of 2. And also let's add some transition. So we want to have some transition to the shadow effect. So we just choose transition shadow, and with the duration of, for example, 200 milliseconds. So now we have some cards for each of them. It has a border, and when we hover over it, we see a shadow. And let's refresh the page. And in the dark mode, also we have a shadow, but the shadow is kind of brighter here. But here we see it's like dark. It's the same color, but in the different background color, you see it like that. So the card is just now a small, but when we have we add the image and other things, you can see it better. So let's go back and let's bring this one to the right side so we can see the changes in real time. So I'm gonna make it like a mobile size. And now I want to add some images and etc. So let's delete this result.id for now. And instead, let's add a link tag. So link tag is going to, as you know, the link tag is coming from the next/link. And this is going to, when we click on the card, we go to a different place. For example, the href is going to be, so let's create this. This is going to be dynamic, so add a backtick, and it's going to be movie/movie/ a dynamic route, which is the ID of the movie. So we just say result.id, and inside the link, we're going to have the image and other things. So first thing first, I want to add the image. The image, we are using the image component of the Next.js, which has some extra benefit and has some, you can add a loading effect and other things. So let's close this one. For the src of the image, for the source of the image, we're going to have this URL. as we get the suggestion. TMDB /T/P original and can be result.backdrop path or result.poster underline path. So I'm gonna use this one. This is going to show the image. We are getting an error because we haven't actually used the width and height for the image tag. For the Next.js, width and height is mandatory. So for the width, I want to use the 500. And for the height, I want to use 300. Okay. We still get an error. The other error is this URL. Let's see the height. So let's refresh the page. The other error is this URL image.tmdb.org is not configured under images in your next.config.js. So we need to add this URL inside this file, next.config.js that we have here. So I'm going to copy this URL. I go to this next.config.js and we need to create some files here. So after this experimental, we have the app directory true. After that, we're going to have another thing called images. And this image is going to be equal to a curly braces, set of curly braces, which gives us the domains, and we open a set of bracket, and inside this we're going to paste the link that we have copied from here. So because we have changed a config file, we need to restart the server. So we stop the server and we use npm run dev to start the server again. So let's see that we get an error or not. So I'm gonna close this next.config.js. Let's close the left side too, so we have more space. And let's refresh the page. Okay, we are getting the images for now. Okay, that's a good sign. So we get the image now. And in the big size, we see the images are smaller. Okay, let's add some other effects as well. So I'm gonna show you in the tablet size. So for the image, we're going to add some styling using Tailwind CSS. So I'm gonna add a class name. First thing first, when we have a small size and above, I want it to be rounded at the top. So only the top one, I want it to be rounded, but in the large size. So it's just say rounded T large. And let's see what else we can add. So when we hover over this card, I want this image to be transparent a little bit more. But I want to, for example, in the final version, even I move on this part, I want the image has a opacity. So the easiest way to do that is to add a group at the top div, we just say group here. And then here inside the image, we just say if we hover over the group, so we just say group dash hover. When this happens, so change the opacity to 80%. So this is going to, when we hover over it, we see 80% opacity, but this is very fast. So I'm going to add a transition on the opacity with the duration of 200. Okay, like this. Even we are outside the image, we see the opacity. And also, I want when the image is not there, I want to see a loading effect. I don't want to wait. For example, if we go to the top rated now, so this is going to, let's refresh the page. So as you can see, you just see an empty things. But we want to add the same loading effect here. The simplest way to do that in Next.js 13 image tag is to add a placeholder, and we need to set the placeholder to blur. And then we want to add some blur data URL. And this is going to be that spinner we had, the spinner.svg. So now if we refresh the page, so let's wait until this compiled. Now if we refresh the page, we should see the spinner in the image. I'm gonna load this one again. You see, before the image loads, we see a spinner. Okay, this is too fast, but if you have a kind of smaller size, like you have a slower internet, you can see the spinner in the longer time. Okay, so this is the simplest way to add a spinning effect. And also, if there is no image, we want to have some alternative text. We just want to say the image is not, image not found or is not available. The other things I want to do is when we refresh the page, we see that the size of the image would change first, and then we see the real image. So let's see. The internet is off now. Let's refresh the page again. I just want to show you the image size sometimes gets smaller. So in order to keep the style and the width of the height of the image, we need to add a style here. So we just write down style here, and this is going to be, we need to add another curly braces here, because this inside the React, when you want to add the style, you need to have two curly braces. And we're going to just set the max width to be 100%, and we set the height to be auto. So in this way, the height is always going to be the same rate. Even when we see the loading effect, we should see the same height. So let's refresh this. Okay. So now let's go to other part of the card. I want to have this description, the overview, the title, and the other parts. So all the other part is going to be inside a div, which is going to have a padding of 2. And here we're going to have a paragraph, get the result dot overview. So we see the overview now. Let's install this first, and then I'm gonna so let's go find the, as I mentioned, I want to limit this text to be only in 2 lines. There is a way inside the Tailwind CSS called truncate. Truncate is going to limit this text to 1 line. But in order to have it to 2 lines, there is another official plugin for Tailwind CSS, which is called the line clamp. So I'm going to search here on Google line clamp Tailwind CSS. And here you see a GitHub repository saying Tailwind CSS line clamp. And this is the official explanation of this plugin. You can check this out. So you can go to the GitHub page. We can just copy this line of code to install it. So I'm going to copy this, come back to Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to paste it inside the terminal. The next things we need to do is to go to tailwind.config.js, and we need to add this plugin inside the plugin section. So we're going to copy this require plugin. We go back to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. So let's go to tailwind.config.js, and we add it inside this plugin. So I'm going to paste the require this. So if we now run the server again using npm run dev, so let's close this. So, and then we change this, instead of truncate, we can say line clamp, and we just add 2 at the end. So this 2 is going to be 2 line. So if you wait a little bit, we see the result on the right side. So after the compiling, let's refresh the page. Now we can see that we have 2 lines instead of 1 line. This is going to help to just have the same card's height for every card. So, and then I want to, I think that is nice. I want to change the text larger, but I feel we just change the text to be medium would be fine. And after that, after the paragraph, I want to add an h2 tag just for the title of the movie, which can be result.title. And if this one is not available, we want to use title dot name. And let's style this until this one shows up inside the page. So for the styling, let's try it again. Okay, let's see the error. The title is not defined. Oh, sorry, I think this is result.title. This one is result.name. I write down the wrong one. So this should be work now. Let's try again. Okay, now we can see the title. Let's style it. I want to just keep this title in a one line in case that is very long. So I'll just say truncate to keep it in one line, and then we set the text to be large here, and we set the font weight to be bold. Okay, so after the title, we're going to have the release date and the vote count. So I'm going to add another paragraph. Inside the paragraph, we're going to have the result dot release date. Or if this is not available, we're going to have the result dot first air date like this. And then we're going to have a icon like the final version. We're going to have the thumbs up icon. So we go to React icons website, react-icons inside the GitHub repository. We're going to search for an icon called thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. So I'm going to use this FI thumbs up, this one. I'm going to click and copy it. And I'm going to import it at the top. We just say import thumbs up, which is going to be from React icons /FI. So now we can add this icon here. So let's check what we have here. We are getting an error saying that the date is not defined. Actually, this one should be release underline date, not release plus date. So we need to fix this one. Sometimes you get a suggestion from GitHub Copilot, but you need to check it one more time and be sure about that. All right, now we get the result, the release date here. After the release date, I want to add the thumbs up button, thumbs up icon that we have imported. So I'm going to paste that icon here. And after that, we want to see the result dot vote underline count, which shows the number of thumbs up or votes for this movie. So now let's save this and check it inside our website. All right, now we can see the icon and also the number of vote counts, but they are on the top of each other. Let's change the display to flex. So we change the display to flex to bring them next to each other inside this paragraph. And we can bring them exactly on the line by just changing the items center. They are now next to each other, but they are just connected. So inside the fit thumbs up, we can add a class name. And first thing first, I want to change the height of this to be 5. And then I want to add some margin in the right of 1 and margin in the left of 3. So we have some space before and after this thumbs up icon. So now you can see the space between the after and before and after of the thumbs up. So everything is done. The only things I want to add in this section is to remove this scroll bar here, which is going to make our application more beautiful. Because, for example, inside the about page, when we are in the about page, we don't have the scroll bar. And then when we go to the trending, we're going to have the scroll bar, which is going to a little bit makes this one move, and it's not comfortable for the users. So in many websites like a Twitter, Facebook, they remove the scroll bar. Okay. Now the easiest ways to do that in Tailwind CSS, we need to go to let me show you inside the Explorer section. We need to go to globals.css inside the, let's close everything. We need to go to the src folder, app directory, and then we go to globals.css. We need to add these HTML codes here. So we need to add the HTML because we want to apply this one to the HTML. We add dash web kit underline a scroll bar. This is going to add, we're gonna remove the, we change the display to none to remove the scroll bar. And this, sometimes this one works for the Firefox, sometimes it doesn't work. In order to be sure, we need to add it to HTML only as well, which is here we need to add a scroll bar dash width to be none. So this 2 is going to show that in all browser we don't see the scroll bar. So because I have tested, sometimes only use one of them, you remove the scroll bar only, for example, in Chrome, not in the Firefox or other browsers. So we don't see the scroll bar anymore. And okay. So that was it for the creating the cards of the page. You can see that this is responsive in different sizes. We get different number of columns of cards. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So I'm gonna review what we have done here. So we add everything to GitHub and we just name and create a message for this commit and call it add card component. And we're going to commit and push it to GitHub. Let's go to GitHub. let's close this extra website. I'm going to our GitHub repository. We go back to the commit section. I'm going to refresh the page. And this is going to show the new one, which is add cart components. And we can just review what we have done here. Inside the next.config.js, we have added the new domain that we have used for the images. That was the error we got, so we have fixed it by just adding images, domain, and the domain that we are using. Inside the package.json, we can see that we have installed a plugin called line clap for Tailwind CSS. Is inside the globals.css, we have added 2 commands for CSS to be sure that we remove the scroll bar of the browser by just changing the display to none or scroll bar width to none. We have created a component called card, which is going to import the image tag from Next.js, the link tag, and also the icon from React icons. This is going to get the result from as a prop here, and we're going to create a link here, which is going to redirect the person to this URL. I haven't tested actually. So if you click on this is going to redirect us to this URL, movie/the ID of the page. We haven't created this page. In the next section, we're going to create it. But for now, we just redirected the person if they click on the card. Then we have added the image tag with the source, which can be a backdrop path or the poster underline path. If this one is available, we use this one. Otherwise, we use the other one. We set the width and height of the image tag. This is mandatory for Next.js. If you don't just set the width and height, you get an error. And also we have added an extra style for the setting up the max width and the height. We have added a placeholder which is going to blur with this a spinner. So if we don't see the if the image is loading, instead of just seeing the half image or something, we see a spinner. And also we have added the alternative text. After that, we have added the overview. We have limit that one to 2 lines using this line clamp 2, which we have installed as a plugin. Then we have added the title, and finally the release date, a thumbs up icon, and also the vote count. Inside the result.jsx, we have added this card component. We have passed the data here, the results, and also we have made these cards to be in the grid system. So we have changed the display to grid, and in different sizes like tablet, larger screen, the extra large, 2 extra large, we have different number of columns here. Inside the tailwind.config.js, we have added this plugin that we have installed, line clamp, in order to be able to use it. All right, that was it for the creating the card components. In the next section, we're going to work on the page, the movie page that we get now an error saying this page could not be found. We're going to create this page, and this page is going to be dynamic, and each time we can just get a different information based on the ID that we get from the URL. So see in the next section for creating the movie page. All right, in the last section, we have created the card components. In this section, we're going to create the page related to each movie. If you look at the final version, and if you go, for example, to trending, and we click on one of the movies, we see that each movie has a URL for itself. And based on that, we're going to get the full overview, the title, the release date, and the rating. And seeing that one is in instance. So we're going to use the dynamic paging system of Next.js 13. So we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and we go to app directory. We need to create another folder called movie. I'm going to show you a trick. So you can create a file, but instead of naming the file, you can just write down movie and add / and add ID, because we want to create the page based on the ID. And after that, we're going to have / page.jsx. This is going to create two folders: the movie folder, the folder called bracket ID, and also inside this folder is going to create a file called page.jsx. Let's create this page using RFC. We create a React functional component, and we can just call this one page, or we can just call it movie page. Now, if we go to our website and we click in any of these cards, we're going to be redirected to that page. So when we click, we go to that page and we see that movie page. And we also get all the layout that we have created before, like before. So now we still have the header, we have the navbar, and here we see the movie page. So how we get each movie? Based on this ID that we have passed, we can request again to the TMDB API, and based on this ID, we're going to get the movie data. So here we can just pass the params here, and based on these params, we can get the ID. So for example, if I, so we can get the ID, and we create a constant and we call it movie ID. And this is going to be equal to this params.id. So now we can use this ID to create and ask for the database and get the result. So we create a constant here and we call it response. And this is going to be equal to await fetch, and we're going to get the information based on the suggestion from the GitHub Copilot. So we're going to await fetch. This is the URL, api.themoviedb.org. We're going to pass the movie ID, and we're going to pass the API key, which is coming from process.env API key. We don't need that next public actually. And we can just get we can get rid of the language, because here we don't need the language. And we just get the result. We get the response. We can just get the data of the movie by changing the response to a JSON file like this. And we just get each movie. As you can see, the GitHub Copilot is not too smart. It's getting all the information, giving me all the correct one this time. So now we can just get so we have requested now So we can do this one, or we can just call this function. It doesn't matter. They both work the same way. But this function should be asynchronous because we are using await inside it, and we want to use the server-side rendering inside Next.js 13. So this one should be asynchronous, and we're going to fetch data based on the parameter ID. So for making it a little bit cleaner, I'm gonna just go at the top, create a function, asynchronous function. I'm gonna call it get movie, for example, and then I wanna bring all of them inside this function. Let's close the function, and we bring everything inside there. So I have to get the movie ID here. So I get the movie ID here, and then I'm gonna call the function that we have created. So let's check. So now we need to get the movie by calling that function and passing this ID. And actually this ID, we don't need .id here because this params is get everything inside this ID. So we need to remove this ID. So sorry about that. So remove this ID. This params is actually movie ID, and we pass the movie ID and we call this function, which is asynchronous as well. And finally, we're going to show it inside this return. And also we need to return here as well. So here, instead of saying movie, I'm going to return this await response.json. So this is going to return, and we get the movie here, and we put it inside this. All right, so now we can show it inside this div. For example, I'm gonna show the h1 tag with the movie.title. Let's see that we can get the result. So I'm gonna refresh the page here, and based on this ID, we should get the title of the movie. Let's save it again and refresh the page here. So let's try another movie. For example, this one. So we are not getting the title. Let's check. So this movie we have passed the title here. So can be a title, or if the title is not available, we want to get the movie .name, for example. So now it's just tested. Let's refresh the page. It should show here. Let's check what mistakes we have done. Okay. Here, these params, we got it directly. It should be inside a curly braces. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Now let's check it. Let's go to the other pages, trending, and then we click here. All right, so let's see what problem we have here. Yeah, I think these params should be params.id actually, because this is the name is ID, and the params can have different variables. So this ID should be added here. Now we see the title of the movie. Let's try a different movie. For example, this one. Okay, we see the title. All right. So now we need to style this one and create a beautiful page for this one. Instead of just getting the title, I'm gonna create some page here. So first thing first, I want to add a full weight to this div. So I'm gonna add a class name and just set the width to be full. And instead of this, inside of this div, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to create the 2 column for us. So we're going to, so let's add some padding in the y-axis, padding of the 4. In the medium size and above, I want the padding top of 8. Let's change the display to flex. So by changing the display to flex, we can change the flex direction to column and bring after the medium size and above, I want to change the flex to row. So when we have a smaller screen, the image would be on top of the text, but after the medium size and above, we're going to have them next to each other. So this is going to makes it responsive. And we can use items dash center and justify content center, or just a content center. Content center is equal to align content center. This is going to help us to bring them exactly in the center. We set the maximum width of the size of this to be 6XL, which is equal to the header section, and everything would be in align. And we're going to add a margin X auto to keep them everything in the center, and in the medium size and above, I want to have some space in the x-axis between the 2 columns of 6. So we have this div now. We're going to add the image and the description on the right side. So first we're going to have an image here. The image tag, which is coming from the Next.js 13. This is similar to the one that we have created in the card.js. So I'm going to copy that image. I'm going to copy, let's close this. I'm going to copy this image tag and put it inside this. So this is going to save some time for us because it's exactly the same. And the width and height, the class name. So the class name, we're gonna change it a little bit. We don't need everything here. I just wanted to make it rounded large. So delete everything and I add the rounded. So let's see, dash LG, and the style would be the same. The height is auto. We can change the height to be 100% as well here, so we can get the full quality of the image here. And the alternative for this one is going to, we can say the image is not available, or we can just say the movie poster, for example. Okay, so this is going to have the spinner as well. So the image should be here. Now let's check and we try again. So this is going to show us the image for us now. Let's see. Okay, we are getting an error. So let's see the error. So the image is not defined, so we need to import this image tag. So I'm gonna use the control space to auto import the next/image. So now we shouldn't get this error. So let's refresh the page. We got another error. Let's see. We still get the same error. Image is not defined. Let's refresh the page again. I think I didn't save this one. Let's save this one again. Yeah, as you can see, we have imported the image tag from next/image. It should work now. Let's wait until this is reloaded. So we get an error again. The error is the result is not defined. So probably we didn't get the result yet. Let's see what result. So this one is result.poster.path. This one should be movie because we have changed this one to movie. So I'm going to copy this movie. Instead of result, I'm going to say movie.backdrop underline path and movie.poster underline path. So this one should solve the problem. Now let's check the browser. We refresh the page here. Okay, now it shows the image for us. So let's check it for the other movies as well. So I'm going to come back to the trending page. This is always happen when you're in the development mode because it's always compiling your Next.js code. This one gets a little bit slow, and also I'm recording as well at the same time. So this is all depend on your CPU and the RAM. So let's go to the trending page. Okay, in the trending page, let's choose another movie. For example, the first one. As you can see, the loading, it's working as well. So after the loading finish, we're going to see the image here. All right, so you can see the image now. So let's move on and create the other part of this page. So I want to bring this one on the right side and the code on the left side. So after the image, we're going to add the other parts of the page. I'm going to add another div here. Inside this div, I'm going to add some other parts. The first things I want to add is an h2 tag with the movie title and movie name. So this is going to be movie dot title, or if this one is not available, this is going to be movie dot name. So we're going to style this one first. So that let's add a class name here. Let's change the text to be large, and also let's add a margin at the bottom of 3. Sorry, the margin bottom of 3, and also we want to add a font bold for this. This should be like that. And for the top div, we're gonna add a padding of 2. So we have the title now. after the title, I'm gonna add some other things like the overview and other parts. So I'm gonna add a paragraph. The paragraph is going to have a spam inside it because I want to have a title for that. So for the spam, I want to just say overview clone. And after this spam, we're going to have that movie dot overview. And let's style this paragraph as well. So this one should be overview, not overviews. And then the class name we're going to add here, it's just we want to add the text to be large, and we add a margin bottom of 3. For this overview, I want to make it bold or semi-bold, so I'm gonna add a font to be semi-bold, and we add some margin at the right of 1. So this is going to add some space here. Now we can see the explanation on other things. So inside the mobile size, we see it like that. In the big screen, they are next to each other because we have added a dynamic flex. Okay. And let's add the other parts. So after the overview, I want to add some release date. So I'm gonna another paragraph with the spam inside it. The spam is going to say date released with clone. Let's add, because so that is fine. So we're going to create, we're going to add a margin bottom of 3 for this one as well. And let's make this a spam to be semi-bold, the font to be semi-bold. And we add some margin at the right of 1. And then also after this spam, we're going to have the information of the movie release date. So we just say movie dot release underline date, or date. Or if this one is not available, we're going to see the movie dot first underline air underline date. Okay. This one should work now. So we see the release date. After this one, we're going to have another paragraph for the rating. I'm going to copy this one. So this is very similar. So I'm going to copy this paragraph, and instead of date released, this one should be rating. And this one, instead of this, it should be vote underline count. You can get more information about the movie and add it here to make it more informative. But for simplicity, I just got these 4 information. I just want to show you in Next.js 13 how you work with the dynamic URLs, how to get the information. So let's test this one for another movie. We go to top rated. I just want to choose, for example, the Godfather movie. This is going to show us all the overview Let's see the another one, for example, this movie. All right, so that was it for the section for creating the page. And also we can see that this is also works on the dark mode as well. So in this section, we have completed this part, the creating the page. Let's add this one to GitHub and we review what we have done. So inside the Git source control using Ctrl+Shift+G, I'm going to add everything and create a message for this one saying add movie page. And we're going to commit and push this one to GitHub. And after that, I'm going to go to my GitHub and go to the commit section. As you can see, we have now a new commit. Add a movie page. So we have created a page inside the app directory with the new folder movie, another folder for ID. And also we have just named the file page.jsx. We have created a function here, a synchronous function, which is going to fetch the movies with the ID. And we get the response by fetching this URL. And then we're going to return the movie by changing it to the JSON file. And we changed this file to asynchronous as well. We got the params here, which is going to give us the movie ID based on the name of the folder. And we also get the movie by calling that function. So inside here, we have added an image tag, which is similar to the one that we have created for the cart component, which has the source of movie.drop path and has everything similar to that one. And after that, we have added the title, the overview, and the release date, and finally the vote count. All right, so that was it for creating the page. In the next section, we're going to add the search ability. As you can see from the final version, we have the ability to search. For example, if I search for wolf, we're going to see the movies related to this search term. This is going to be very easy because we already have created this cart component and the result.jsx component file. We just have to create an inbox, then input, and we just redirect to this URL, search, for example, /wolf. And based on this keyword, we're going to search the TMDB API and get all the movies related to that search term and show it inside that results.component that we have created before. Because we have created these files before, we can easily finish this part. So in the next section, we're going to work on the search box. All right, in the last section, we have created the movie page. In this section, we're going to create the search box and add the search ability through the movies of the TMDB database. So as you can see from the final version, we have added another search box component to the layout because this component is available inside all pages. For example, if we go to the About page, we can still see the search and also in trending on other, or even the page of the movie, we can see the search bar. So we need to add it inside the layout.jsx, which allows us to have it in all websites. So we go back to Visual Studio Code and we go to layout.jsx and we just add it in after the search box here. So I'm gonna create this search box And let's create this one inside the components. So I'm gonna come here and create this search box.jsx. We just create a React functional component using RFC. And now we come back to layout.jsx and we can import it using control space. So now, if we go to our website, we see the search box here. So now we need to design it. We need to add the input and other things. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we create this file. We go to searchbox.jsx. So instead of a div, I'm going to return a form here because we want to submit a form. So we're going to have a form, and this form is going to have a input inside it with the type of text. So just create an input. We added clone text, which is going to make a input with the type of text. It doesn't need an ID of name. So, but we're going to add a value unchanged, placeholder, and etc. For now, we just add the placeholder. We just say search, because I want to just make the UI now. So just say search keywords dot dot dot, and let's see what we have inside our website. Now we have this search bar. Let's close this one so I can see the changes in real time. Let's close the Explorer section using Ctrl B. Now let's style this input first so we can see it better here. So we add a class name here. So we're going to style it. First, I want the width to be full, so 100%. And for this one, we need to, so we have the width full and we have a height of 14. Then we want to make it rounded. Rounded SM, so which is going to have a border radius. And also I want the color of the placeholder. So placeholder, I want the color to be gray 500. After that, I wanted to have remove the outline. I don't want when we click on it, we see something around it. So we just remove the outline by just saying outline none, like this. And then we remove the background color. We just say background transparent. Okay. Transparent. Okay. So now we have completed the input. Now let's add the button. So we need a button at the end. So I just want to add a button with a type of submit, because when we click on it, we want to submit the form. So this is going to have a type of submit, and also inside it, we want to just say search, and let's add some styling as well. So we're going to have a class name. For example, I want to change the color to be text amber, like 700. Or course. So this is the, okay. So this button, or we can make it 500 so you can see it better. You should test it. That is too bright, so 600 would be fine. And then when this is disabled, because we want to make it disabled when there is no text inside the input. So when this is disabled, I want the text to be gray 400. Okay. Now we need to style this one. So we have the input, the button is here, but we want them to actually to be next to each other. So for the form, I'm gonna add some classes. First thing first, I want to change the display to flex, so we bring them next to each other. And then I wanted to limit the maximum width of them to be 6XL, which is going to be similar to the head. And we use MX Auto to bring them to the center, which is margin X Auto. And then we use justify content between. So we add a space between them. And also we want to have an items center. So now we just have this one here. The other things I want to have some space when we have a smaller screen. So we just say padding in the x-axis of 5. We just push it a little bit here. And then also when we type, I think, yeah, this goes all the way here. Okay. For this one to be short until this one is here, we can add inside the inputs something called flex 1. This is going to help us to have all in the input all the way to the end, like this. And this is also working for the dark mode. Let's refresh the page. So this is a light mode. And for the dark mode, we have this one. So the button, you can see it now, but when this is disabled, would be gray. So for checking the input, now we have a stylet. Now we want to save whatever is inside the input. To do that, we can use the use state React hook, but when you use any hooks, we need to change this component to be client side. Otherwise, we get an error. So we just use client to make this component client side. Now we can add a piece of state called input, and we track the changes inside this input. So we go here just before the return. We're going to create a piece of state and we call it, for example, search or input. And the initial value for that one would be an empty string. And also we're going to create a function here that is going to, by checking the input, is going to redirect the person to the different pages. So first thing first, inside the input, I'm going to add an unchange event listener, which is going to trigger a function which is going to set the search to its value and get the event here. So I think I got, and then Now we cannot let's refresh. First, the error is the user state is not defined. We need to import it from React, and then we need to add, because we are changing this one, but we are not tracking. We don't have the value. We should keep the previous value by setting the value to be the search. So we get the search, we update the value, so we can keep this value. And also we're going to track the changes here by using this unchanged event listener. Now, when we submit the form, we're going to add another event listener called onSubmit, which is going to trigger a function, and we call that one handle submit. Okay. So we need to create the function here. I'm going to create a function called handle submit, which is going to firstly prevent the default behavior of the browser, which is refreshing the page. So when we type something here and we click on search, we are not going to refresh the page. And then this is going to console log the search, but I don't want to console log it. First thing first, I want to prevent if the search is not existed, we're going to return. It means when there is nothing in the search box, we cannot submit it. And then if there is something, we're going to use a router, a hook from the Next.js 13 called use router, which is coming from next/navigation. So I'm gonna import that one first. I'm gonna import, as you can see, suggestion. We import use router from next/. This is for next 12 router. The next, the one for the next 13 is next/navigation. And then we need to initialize this one here. We just create a constant called router, which is going to call this use router. And finally here, we're going to push the person to the /search/ the term. So as you can see, we get all the suggestion from GitHub Copilot, which is going to help us to code faster. But you need to understand the code, even though you code very fast. So never copy paste, or even you copy paste, you understand, that is quite fine. All right, so now when we submit the form, when we write down something, for example, we write down hello and we press enter, we submit it, we are going to be redirected to the URL /search/hello. All right. But when there is nothing in the search, I want to prevent the ability to submit. We have the prevention here, but I want the button to be disabled as well. So inside the button, I'm gonna disable this. I want to disable when there is no search. Okay. Now the button is disabled, so I cannot click on it. But as soon as I write down something, this is going to be enabled. Now we can go to the desired page. So now we need to create this page. So for example, I search something, for example, wolf. And this is going to redirect us to the search/wolf. Now, what I want to do is get this term here, and I'm gonna show all the results related to this wolf. So I'm gonna create a page. So let's open the Explorer section using Ctrl+Shift+E. And inside the app directory, I'm gonna create a file which includes the folder and the file. So the folder is going to be search. Another folder is going to be the search term. And finally, we're going to create a file called page.jsx. So this is going to create the two folders and one file for us. And let's create the file using RFC. And we name the component search page. Okay. Now, if we go to our website and we just wait a little bit until the compilations finish and we refresh the page, we should see the search page here inside this. All right. Now, we want to work on this page. This page is server-side. First thing first, it's server-side because we don't have any user fake or any hooks or any states. So we can simply keep this on server side, which will be faster as well. So we need to make this one asynchronous first thing first. And then we're going to fetch data. We're going to just create a constant and we call it res. As before, it's very straightforward. We're going to wait and fetch from a dynamic page. As we get the suggestion, it's api.dmovie.db.org/3/ search/movie, and then we're going to pass the API key, and finally we're going to pass the query, which is our search term. Sometimes I get surprised with the suggestion that GitHub Copilot gives me. That is nice. And we need to get this search term, which can be available from here. So here we get the params, and inside the params we have the search term. So we just say params dot search term, and we have access to the search term, and we have access to the API key because it's located inside the environmental variable, and we can just have access to it using process.env.api key. So now we get this information, and also I want to add more things here. The other things I want to do, I want to just show the English language. So I'm going to add language, English, and also I want to exclude the adult movies. Just I want to include the normal movies, not the adult ones. And we can just get the first page, and we don't need it because we just want to get the first page. And later, if we add the pagination, we can use this trick to increase the page. So we can just make the page dynamic as well. So now we are getting just the English movies and also the one that are not adult. So after this, first I want to check if this res is not okay, the result. I want to return, for example, I want to throw an error. I want to throw new error. And then this is going to be with the message error fetching data. So this is going to when we do this one, this is going to send an error, but because we have created the error.jsx, we already have the message something went wrong, try again. So this is going to use the same file for this one because this is the parent of this folder. So this is the way Next.js 13 works. You have this error.jsx, layout.jsx, head.jsx. All of them works for all the files under them. But if you want an exclusive message, error, or anything for this file, you need to add error.jsx file next to this file. So if you want a specific exclusive and only for this page error, you need to create another file for this. Otherwise, this is going to use this file by default. So after that, we're going to get the data by converting it to JSON file. And finally, yes, we got it. And now we can get the results by just getting data.results. Okay. So we got the result, and also we can easily show it here because we have a component called results, and we can just pass this data to it and see it inside the results. So here now, instead of just saying search page, I want to just create a variable, and then I just want to say if the results exist and the results dot links is equal to 0. So if there is a result, but the result number of result is 0, it means that there is no matching result for that specific search. So here we're going to just we're going to add a message here. So I just want to add a h1 tag. That h1 tag, we just want to say no results found. So now I just want to style this one real quick. I just want to say, I just want to add a class name. You see that it's got a slow. Every compiling is taking 10 seconds or 20 seconds. So because we are doing a real time, so it's getting a little bit slow, but so we are just getting close to the end of the project. So we add a class name, and the class name, I just want to bring the text to the center using text center. And also I want to change I want to add some padding at the top of 6. So that was it for this part. If there is no result, but if the result exists, so if there is a result, so I want to just return that components that we have created, the results. I'm going to pass the result to it. So let's see. So we have this component. We have to import it. So I'm going to use Ctrl space to auto import it. So we cannot auto import it. We need to open the file. So this result.js, if it's open here, and then you can just easily get the suggestion. I'm going to close the other parts. So we go to here, and then we use control space. So we don't get the suggestion. That's fine. Oh, it's already imported. Oh, okay, that's fine. Because I thought this is not imported, I was trying to import it. So it's imported from the components / result. Now we just need to pass the data, which is results. And this is going to be equal to that results that we are getting from the API card. So I suggest you, when you are doing working on some APIs and requesting, you just stop the server, code until you understand, and then you start the server and then check the results. So otherwise, it's going to be very slow like that. Because I want to show you the result in real time, I started this server. So now we are getting the result for the wolf, as you can see. So this is my favorite movie, The Wolf of Wall Street. So you can see the results are coming, so it's a bit slow because it's still compiling. So that was it for creating the search result. So we just fetch the data from this URL, which gives us the data, and then we got the result. And if the result was true, we pass the data to the component that we have created before. So we just see it like that. And if there is no result, if there is an error, we're going to throw the error. If there is no error, but the length of the result is 0, we're going to say no results found. So, okay, you can see here the result. Let's try to search something else. For example, what should I search? So, for example, we just say Terminator. And this is going to bring all the movies related to with the term Terminator in the title or the description. Okay. So that is working now. And also it works with the dark mode or light mode as well. As you can see, it's a bit slow. This is just the development mode. Now I want to deploy it to the Vercel. So this is going to be faster. So first thing first, I want to just put this one to GitHub. So we use Ctrl+Shift+G, and we just click on the plus sign. And here we add a message, and we just say add search ability. And we're going to push this one to GitHub. So we need to, I think this plus sign didn't work. So now we need to commit and push it. So let me stop the server so you get a faster work. So now I go to the GitHub. If we go to the commits, now we should see a new commit called add search ability. Let's review what we have done. So we have added the component called search box to the layout.jsx to see it all in all website. And we have created a file inside 2 folders, search/search term, which is a server-side component. We have imported the result component to show the result. And we have changed this one to asynchronous, and we got the parameters here, params here, which gives us the params.search term. And we have used this URL to get the search query. And also we have excluded the adult movies, and we just said use the United States or English language. If the result was not okay, it means if there is an error, just throw a new error. Otherwise, just turn the data to a JSON and save it inside a constant called data. After that, we just get the result from data.results. And we have returned. If the result was true and the length of the result was 0, we just said no result found. Otherwise, we just pass the result to this component and show it inside the page. And also we have created another component called search box, which is a client-side component because it is using the hooks like use state and use router from next/navigation. We have created a piece of state called search to track the search inside this term, and we just initialize the router, and also we have created a function which is going to prevent the default behavior, and if there is no search in the box, we're going to return. Otherwise, we're going to push or redirect the person to a new page with this URL /search/ the search, this search which is coming from this state, the piece of state. We have created a form here which is going to submit, and when we submit it, we're going to call a function called handle submit. And we have created an input which has the value of search, and it has an unchanged event listener which is going to trigger this function, which is going to set the search to the e.target.value, which is coming from the value of the input. And finally, we have created a button which is going to be disabled if there is nothing in the search, and also the type of this button is submit. Also, I forgot to add something here. You can add it yourself. After we redirect the person to this page, you can set the search term to be an empty string again. So when we search something, and then when they show the search, we want to delete this search term. So you can do it. It's optional. It's up to you. So you just set the search to an empty string. So now we have created the website, but this is inside the localhost 3000. So we cannot share it with others. We just need to deploy this one to the internet. The place where we want to deploy it is Vercel. All right, in the last section, we have completed our website. In this section, we're going to deploy it to the internet, and the website we're going to use is Vercel. So we need to go to Google and we search for Vercel. In the search result, we click on the website with the URL vercel.com. And here, this is a free website for your deployment. And then you can just, if you have an account, you can just go to the vercel.com and here click on the add new and click on project. And here, if you are signed in and also you sign in with your GitHub repository, you can see your GitHub here. So I can see my IMDb GitHub here. So I can click on import to auto import this GitHub repository to the internet. So I'm going to click here on import. So he's asking me for the project name. I just say IMDb Clone. And the framework I'm using is Next.js. So we're going to use the root directory because we don't have an extra root. This is one is going to use the root directory. And also we need to add our environmental variable here, which is coming from if you go to the Explorer section, we put our environmental variable inside this file, .env.local. So I'm going to copy this API key and put it as a name. And we just copy this one and put it here as a value, and we're going to add it. So Vercel is going to protect this API key for us, and nobody can use it and see it on inside the internet, especially if you use it only on the server side. So actually, Next.js is actually a backend as well. So even the producers and creators of the Next.js in the last webinar, they said Vercel, Next.js is a backend actually framework, not a front end. So this is going to do for you something that Node.js do for us, protecting and just nobody see anything that is happening inside the server. So now that we have added the environmental variable and we just put the project name, so we can just click on deploy to deploy it. If there is no error, this is going to take just a few seconds to be finished, and we can see our website online. I already deployed it here, so you can see it inside the imdb.100jsprojects.com. So if you want to compare your projects and see the final version, but I'm going to show you how to deploy it again here. And after the deployment, you can also assign a new domain. If you want a specific domain or some custom domain, you can do it. Here, it's very simple as well. So now I just, you can see that we got the congratulations and our website is deployed. So we can just click on here to go to see our website, which is now inside IMDb-clone-flame-eta.vercel.app, which is the randomly created by Vercel. So let's test. For example, I go to this page. As you can see, it is much faster than the when we are in the development mode. And you can just go to the about page and then go to the top rated. Even you don't see the spinner. It's very fast. It's still, we can see this is working here as well. Let's search for something, for example, wolf. As you can see, it's super fast. And yeah, so if you want to use, for example, a custom domain name, as I mentioned before, you can add it here. So for example, if you click on the continue to dashboard, you can go to view domains and use a new domain here. So for example, you add the domain here, and then you can add the data inside your domain and see it here. So you need to go to the DNS of your domain and then add the domain here to easily deploy it with actually free SSL. So also you can edit the domain here. For example, anything that is available, for example, IMDb Clone.vercel.app. Let's see, now this is not available. IMDb Clone, for example, dash whatever, for example, version 2. Okay, now this one is available. So this is your new address. So whatever is available, you can use, but you always get the .vercel if you don't use your custom domain. Okay, that was it for creating the project, IMDb project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. See you in the next project.